Good evening, everybody, and welcome to another episode of the Elendor Chronicles, brought to you by the Component Cast. This week, it seems that some cameras are slightly out of line, but it does not matter. We move on. I don't know why they've all moved around like that, but they haven't. You're not Zep. Zep, your picture's on your left. Chipley.
I am now Cat.
No, it's either way.
Sorry, I'm not Zeb.
No, Midge, everybody's in the right position. It's because you've got you have the person's portrait and then a bar and then the right person, but then the way the lineup is set up, the portrait of the next person there's no space there. So you do associate, like, I am not Solar Ruby, but I'm closer to Solar Ruby than I am to Breton.
Look, I wanted to save time in my production and use the same assets throughout my artwork to save me like 3 hours, okay? Give a man a break. Anyway, let's get on with tonight's episode. We've got a few things that we need to cover before we get started. The first of which being ourselves. If you want to help support the show, the best way to do that is become a Twitch sub or find us on Patreon. I will hopefully be dropping something for Patrons this week. I know I've been saying that every week, but it's been taking more and more time, and I've been going down a rabbit hole of world building that I never expected to. But expect big things, big news, big things. Also, we've got another show coming up very soon, and we're gonna possibly be teasing some things on there very soon as well about that. But that's actually all I need to cover this week. So without further ado, let's get into tonight's episode, shall we? So, who would like to give us the recap this week?
I believe the onus falls upon me.
Oh, wow, Midge.
Yes, I've noticed. Don't worry.
Yeah, okay.
So while Midge is doing that, last week on the Elendor Chronicles, the party continues their attempts to find information here in the Triumvirate of Atria. A few things took place. We returned, having received permission from the Atrian Council, to use their libraries to find what lore we needed. And an arrangement, a meeting was made so that we could speak with the individuals whom we had learning, such as Marcius Flux, and my notes also say the other individual was called Delphina, the expert on the Elendor Chronicles themselves. Members, as well as other members of this secretive organization that is seeking out knowledge for knowledge's sake. And what proceeded to happen was a lengthy conversation where we basically just fielded every question the party has ever had about this issue that we're facing to these individuals that could finally answer those questions. And we got some very important answers too, such as believing that we now know where both halves of the Blade of Equilibrium, one of the more important seals of Elendor, is. We learned that our next course of action should likely be to actually return to Longreach, since I think we've all pieced this together as a party, and this is something that we're slowly agreeing as a party. If we go back to Longreach, we can basically focus our attention on so many things that we know both where they are and what is a problem. But the thing that we finished last session off was we're going to meet one of what's his name? Precocious? No.
Precipitous.
Precipitous.
No,
Is that right? That's not right.
Procopius.
Procopius, yes, the Procopius. We're going to meet one of Procopius's ancestors, evidently one of the dragons that's been around even since the summit and before, to basically see if confirm that maybe he has one of the seals in his or her ancient hoard.
Yes, you also had take your point of inspiration, Lake. That was very, very good. You also were umming and ahhing about talking individually to some of these, to the individual philosophers, sort of gathered around the table, away from the larger group as well. You had that idea that you were floating, as to work out if some of these people were trustworthy or not. I know that some of you were concerned by information that various these individuals posed that they had or have, and yeah, so I ask my adventurers, what would you like to do?
Well, as we're starting to break off, Breton wants to actually basically sidle over and get a brief one-on-one with Mork the Magnificent.
Okay. Yeah, so like the dinner service ends, servants come in, take plates, a couple of people break off to various smoking rooms and parlor chambers that run off the side. The staircase that was like sucked into the wall comes out and like opens into another room above the chamber, and you may move over to Mort should you wish. You find Mort filling a like corncob pipe from ash that he's taking out of a lantern.
So, in the midst of all that, there was a minor revelation, and I think we need to have a talk about that.
Well, it sounded like you had a few of those revelations. You're going to have to be more specific.
You, despite every attempt to the contrary, were apparently quite familiar with where the group before that I joined, the Skyfire Adventuring Company, were and what they had been doing, which in and of itself, I don't suppose I would find that suspicious, but the fact that you are intimately aware that Joanna not only was with the party, but what she was, seems to suggest to me that you had outside information.
Oh, well, of course. Shall we take to a chamber?
If we need to talk privately, then fine. Tim Burton will just like politely gesture wherever he would like to step aside to.
He kind of goes to one of the side chambers, knocks on the door like 3 times, and it opens into a smoking room. Is anyone going with Breton, or is it just Breton alone?
If Ruby was not invited, she will not attend.
Okay.
Zep will.
Okay.
How open was Breton about doing this?
Breton said he was gonna have a one-on-one talk.
Oh, did he?
Oh, okay.
That's what he said to Mort, at least. But I mean, it's hard to. Breton is also a 7.5 foot tall individual leaving the room, so that him leaving the room with Mort is definitely not going to be a secret he's keeping.
Let me see if Zep notices. Zep does not notice. Never mind.
Okay. For one roll that we can make Mordred fail on, perception checks. Okay.
Especially when I roll a natural 3.
And you go into this room, and the bookcase, like the door closes behind you and seals in a bookcase.
So, what would you like to know?
It It is one thing to know that the seals exist. It's another thing to have an intimate knowledge of where one was, and I suppose in this instance, who it was. How long could you already known about the Lifestone?
Well, I keep regular contact with the Iron Duke. He and I have an arrangement that suits my needs, suits his needs.
Mm-hmm.
Being a foremost entrepreneur of the studies of life and death, in his weakest moments, the Duke did come to me and ask my advice on a certain delicate family matter. And since then, he's made sure that my island does not appear on any maps. And I get my island the way I want it.
Delicate family matter. Breton, I'll just leave that in there, like, they'll just brush that off. So, you learned by communicating with the Duke, is what you're leading me to believe.
Communicating, being various present. Yes, I keep communication. Other information I acquire of my own ways.
I don't suppose any of that information could be applied to something else that we might be looking for. Anybody else who might be in the know? If this is something you do not want to reveal to your colleagues, because this is personal work that you have tried to obtain, I can understand that. But this is a conversation between the two of us, and I'm not looking to use this to my benefit. As I said, we are trying to save the world here.
Then let's speak plainly about it. What do you ask of me?
We laid it all on the table in there. We are trying to find, well, at least my intention is to find a handful of the seals, ones that we believe are not being kept safe enough so that they can be kept safe. If there is any leads on anything, any belief that anything like that is compromised, I would appreciate us being the first to know about it. And since you seem like you have an individual who has made contacts in, well, the entirety of Elendor, then it would certainly be an important thing for us to not have access unlimitedly to that, but at the very least, have that have that individual understand just what we're trying to accomplish with it.
Oh, I understand quite plainly what it is you're working on, and I have been keeping tabs on your group and following your story as much as possible. The fate of the world is seeming to fall upon your heavy shoulders after all. It is, to my knowledge, I know that the other experts around the table speak a lot of truth. And I did not say any lie when I told you you had already met one of the seals, and as far as I know, she seems to be safe and sound. In fact, she's thriving in her new environment. But, what I will say is, whilst it would take all of the seals to be broken for the gods to do what they like, I have a feeling that perhaps that wouldn't take nearly as many for those here on Elendor to have enough to overpower and jumpstart things themselves.
That is one of the things that I have believed as well. Considering what these seals seem to be capable of, a few of them it would definitely disrupt the status quo. Hence why I believe that getting one is not sufficient. We need more. You say you've been keeping tabs on us. Then may I put in a request for the sake of everyone's good? If you could keep an eye on anyone else that's keeping tabs on us and let us know.
I'm guessing the only thing I get in return is the satisfaction that I'm helping the goodies on their quest, yes?
Is this something that you would request?
Yes.
I know that I can't authorize this myself, but it'll definitely go into consideration.
For my help, I will require one thing. In your quest, if you do come across the information of where one of the seals may lie, I would be most grateful for that information.
You're asking me to potentially compromise the location of such a thing, especially since we've told you already that we intend to keep it secret. So you're asking me to trust you in the same way that you would be trusting us, essentially. Brett is just going to give him a long, hard look.
Exactly. I don't need to know about all of them, just one in particular.
And which one would that be?
Oh, you know my area of expertise. I'm sure you can guess.
You said your research and such is focused on the studies of life and death, and you already know where Joanna is, so I'm going to presume it is the opposite of Joanna. Yes?
Quite.
Yeah. Well. Then I suppose we will be in contact about that, as I'm not going to make that promise on my own.
Very well. Would you like to know anything else? Can I help you with anything? Maybe you want to contact any lost loved ones? Would you like, any pets brought back from the great beyond? I can claw them back normally.
Breton was a more selfish person. This would be an entirely different conversation.
Yes, the paladin's talking to the necromancer. Let's see how this goes.
Breton just thinks for a second. You're an expert on life and death. What do you know about soul divergence?
That is a very interesting question, Mr. Breton. Sir Breton. Soul divergence is a very rare occurrence, but it's not unheard of. I'm guessing you are referencing your buxom red-headed friend in there.
She isn't always, but it's a safe bet.
Even more interesting. Normally, it means that individual is either the plaything or a descendant of something not of this plane. It can happen for all sorts of reasons. Tell me. Your friend, how many identities have they shown?
Breton's going to take a long moment and just say, I feel like that should be something you ask them yourself. Just give me a moment. And Breton will just make his way over towards where the door is. And I imagine that the bookcase will just slide aside and Breton will just appear and just
oh no,
a single like.
it's not a sliding bookcase. There's just a bookcase there. There's no like visible door anymore.
Oh, so I can't get out of this room.
You want to hold on. Grab the dictionary and pull it out.
Breton will look at him like, dictionary, fine. He'll pull the dictionary. All the
And-
books on the shelves. He
and
uses
the
the
door-
dictionary.
Oh no!
Each one goes to a different room. And the the door then just like slides open, and you're greeted again with the meeting chamber in front of you. Whilst that happens, in the time that Breton's been doing his meeting, has anyone else broken off to speak with anyone?
Ruby's ears have been
yeah.
burning, but other than that,
Yes, Darius.
Yes. I know, uncharacteristic for me to engage in a roleplay. Willingly. Yeah, no, once the kind of dinner lets out, the lady that recognized or seemed to hide that she recognized
Yes.
the name Renard. I want to go and talk to her.
She is she went up the small staircase with Marcius Flux.
Okay. Then I will go. I will follow.
Sure. You go into what seems to be a little sort of, and again, it's kind of like a smoking room. The door is currently open.
Oh, so I thought you had more.
No.
Okay. Yeah, then Darius will follow and enter. Politely wait if they were in the middle of a conversation for that to finish.
The lady is she's currently like lighting one of those long cigarettes on a stick sort of thing. She's got like a
Cigarella.
yeah. That's, and Marcy Flux is fixing a drink. It seems they're not really talking
Got a
over anything
globe
substantial.
open, the bar and the globe kind
It's
of.
it's actually a map of the plains, and
Oh, so it's just a big flat disc that opens up. There's a bar inside the disc.
well, it opens
Plus
up and it's like a little but it's a demi-plane, and it opens into a bar demi-plane. It's like because it's got a clear bottom, so it's just like pulls out and it's like pulls out. It's really TARDIS like.
Is it also each alcohol each of the alcohol types is tied to a plane? So
Yeah.
there's like. Okay.
Exactly that.
All right. Fancier.
Nerds.
Yeah. Shut up. Yeah, then Darius will go up to the lady and offer his hand and just shake her hand. Sorry, we didn't get. I don't think we properly were introduced directly. Darius Renard. Have we met before?
We have not met Mr. Renard, but I am very aware of your lineage.
Right. Afraid I'm at a disadvantage here. I do not know yours or do not know what you know. This is something I'm not used to.
Well,
Go ahead.
I was but a simple girl born to two academics some 180 years ago.
You look lovely.
I look like a corpse. The makeup helps.
Hey, oh, striking out here. Again. Well, I'm sorry. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't anything negative you had heard.
Oh, no. I am, in fact, very interesting in your niche, Mr. Renard. But, perhaps not the one that you would perhaps think I am in.
I don't know what that means.
Well, you carry but a famous name.
I suppose.
Is it's a relatively famous name, but what do you know of the other side?
My mother?
The internal sexism of Darius is exposed.
This is what he's taught. I think my grandfather was named. Nope, don't remember that one actually. Percival.
Okay, and what do you know of okay. You can quite easily identify this one for me. What is the most notable symbol of heraldry in your family? The Reynards, I mean. What
Points
appears
to-
the most often?
Points to the various accoutrements that he has, all stag based. So there's some. He's got his signet ring and his clasp on his coat and everything. It was a stag of various. Well, my father is in Rampart, but it's more of a you can pick when you make your. But a stag in general.
And tell me, your friends and you are looking for the seals?
Yes, nice. Yes.
Tell me, Darius, have you had any dreams recently?
No. This is a break in his voice. It's a natural one on that deception roll.
She just... I'll pretend I didn't hear the vocal crack in that.
It's common. I don't speak with people much.
That I can surely tell. What if I told you that, Okay, we're gonna scramble about a bit. Do you know of the prophecy of valor? The prophecy that
I didn't go in much for prophecies.
It is the prophecy that foretold the coming of the hero, the one that would become the king that never was, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, there is said to be a couple of other prophecies that came of it. And one of those prophecies would be known as the prophecy of the inheritor. Now, what if I told you if you go back 3 generations on your mother's side, there is a interesting connection in heraldry to that of your father's line? I mean, it is a relatively common usage of symbols, no? But,
Yes.
stags do appear quite a lot throughout the Rhiannian culture, but it's interesting because if you go far enough back, your mother's family are not just Rhiannian culture.
But I don't. But then what? I'm not following.
Now, do you remember what the... what one of the seals that is peculiar because something about the translation area about it.
There was.
Do you notice a similarity between the iconography we've been talking about and a certain item known to be worn by a hero?
Refresh my memory, Midge. I was very sleep deprived last session.
But you found out about this item many sessions ago. Actually, relatively close to when you had your dream.
Honestly, it's probably the same. It's probably the same state. Yes,
Well,
from sleep
so
deprived.
there is one of the seals is called the Heart Helm.
Right.
Heart is old language for stag.
Yes, I can see where there's some overlap there. I can see why that misconception could exist. I don't, it's probably not. This is,
And what if I was to tell you that the last known person to have the Heart Helm was a member of your family?
that one I would be surprised of, because I've never seen it in our Hall of Trophies.
No, not that side of the family. In fact, it was that side of the family that killed the individual.
So, I don't know how to. I don't know. I'm at a loss for words. I'm not exactly sure how to.
So you see,
process
Darius,
this?
yourself and your sister, wherever she's gone, is a very
Oh.
unique product of timeline convergence. And I am very interested in you.
It's I just thought you were. Honestly, I just thought you were hiding the fact that you had paid off one of my brothers or something, that you knew what was going on. This is higher stakes than I had thought.
And the lesson learned for Darius: never talk to anybody ever again.
It's gonna run the opposite way, away from the prophecy as much as possible. Just be no.
It's the equivalent of being a plot important character who just always skips every cutscene.
What question am I doing again?
No, it's automatically updated in the journal entry.
There's a nice Viva La Dirt Link sketch that's based off that too. It's just skipping. Okay. This is a lot of information you've just given me. A lot of world-shattering, kind of internal character destroying information that you've given me. Also, somehow somehow possibly insinuated the murder one of my ancestors by one of my other ancestors, which is not necessarily something that I didn't think happened, but it wasn't the one I was thinking happened. So this has been a...
All I will say is, look after your sister.
She is far more best.
She is far more important to what's going on than even you are.
Oh, I mean, she's fine. She's perception check. Is she listening in, or has she gone to steal something?
Oh, your sister.
Yes.
Hmm.
Can she be with me?
17.
She's not in the room. In fact, you noticed that the door behind you was closed and gone.
That's disconcerting.
I thought we could have done with some privacy.
Well, there's another person here. Is the guy preparing drinks also gone? Or are we just in a plane of our own existence?
Marcius is here.
Okay.
I trust Marcius
Alright.
with my life.
All right. Okay. All right. I'll process this.
My unlife.
Yeah, I'll process this. This is...
If you would like, I will... Would you like to learn more about prophecies? I've got a feeling they might come in handy for you.
Yeah, why not?
Okay, so... Gonna flip back to the rest of the cast. Is anyone else doing anything, or shall I jump back to Breton?
I was going to ask if Ruby Soul and Claudia needed to go with me to the chamber pot, like how girls just go to the bathroom together.
Sure.
Yeah.
Is there like just a room where like the three of us can just be alone?
There is a powder room down the hall and to the left.
Thank you. I must put lots of powder on.
Do dragons even put powder on?
Yeah, they probably really have to powder their scales. So
How
the
we get
dinner
that
was-
matte look finish.
there's no one in there with when we go
No,
in, right?
it's empty. It's
the dinner was pretty good, but Ruby Soul, you make much better food.
Ruby, darling, please.
I'm very confused. Do you think that we can trust these people?
Not with your life. But we can trust their intentions, I think.
Okay. Do you think that they know more than they're telling us?
Yes, absolutely. But they don't know us.
Should we try to find information hidden that they are keeping from us?
There's a risk to it. If we look for something, find nothing, get caught, we have damaged our chances of getting information willingly from them.
That is a very good point.
I think this group and ours have similar, if not aligned, goals. And while I would not consider them an ally yet, I would consider them somebody to whom we should at least trust a little bit. Not all of them, but a couple of them at least.
I am wondering if perhaps myself or Claudia should go and try to eavesdrop on the other conversations. Perhaps they are speaking about us.
I would be most curious to hear that conversation.
I look to Claudia to sort of gauge her reaction. Does she feel up to that task of kind of just skulking around and eavesdropping on people?
Claudia just looks at you and says, "Oh, you think I haven't already been doing that?"
Anything to report?
Well, I mean, we've only just finished the dinner table, but the half-elf individual seems to have like some sort of glamour about them, covering up something, and I heard a weird hissing noise from that Astakian individual.
Hissing like animal or hissing like magic?
Hissing like a snake.
Oh.
Several people in here are in disguise. I believe Did Breton announce what he felt, or no?
I vaguely remember saying that.
No, sorry. He had covered. He had mentioned that several people were in disguise, and he'd also mentioned who were celestial and who were undead.
Yeah, there's undead here. There's celestial here. I wouldn't be surprised to find those dragons. Snake is a little odd, but these people are from all places across Solarum and Longreach. Would not surprise me in the least to see people from different races and walks of life. I don't judge until something as bad has happened and they have actively caused it.
Just wondering if they're planning something with the knowledge that we are bringing them as well.
Maybe. Probably.
Okay, well, I guess we'll send Claudia out to eavesdrop, and we can exit powder room, like powdering ourselves. Like, yeah,
Ruby
that's
will take
definitely
up.
what we were doing in there. That's 100%. Look how powdery I am.
You need a paint. You don't need powder. Just...
Okay. Sure. You may leave the powder room. Valmir, are you doing anything in particular?
Not especially, I don't think. He's a bit caught up in his own thoughts at the moment. Eating the food.
Mm-hmm. Grabbing some leftovers before they take them all away. Mordred, you doing anything? Is Zep doing anything in particular?
Yeah, I would like to talk to Dagran.
Yeah, sure.
Partially just to get information about the Dwarven realms, because Zep doesn't know that much about them. And also hearing that the guilds are quite powerful there.
Oh, aye. Currently, though they don't talk, though it's the Zardom in charge completely, actually the realm is very much split between the Guild Republic and the Zardom itself. It's open civil war over there. Many are flocking to the blue banner of the worker, and others are siding with the Zardom. It's all a little bit hectic over there, and that's why I do a lot of my work now outside of the Zardom, but I still, my cultural fascination still guides my work.
And does it seem like there was any particular catalyst to cause the conflict between the guilds and the Zardom?
There's always been, a bit. It's always been tense between the old hold families and the guilds, but tariffs got way too high, and they were restricting the beauty of work, keeping a lot of it. A lot of it was not. The free-flowing of ideas was less free for all dwarf kind, and more reserved for the upper echelons of the Dwarven Society.
That is indeed a problem. Ideas should be freely shared. That is how you get progress.
Aye, and then there was a dispute over wages that wasn't handled very well by Zardam troops, and since then that was, well, the news got out of what happened, and on that day, when all hell broke loose and things started fighting.
Have any other powers taken an interest in this internal struggle?
Well, I'll give it to the Zardam. They've done very well at keeping it behind the border walls, but then again, that's what you get when an isolationist state starts punching itself.
I understand. My other question is a little bit different from geopolitics. You spoke that many of the seals were improved by Muradin. Is there any way of detecting Muradin's power in these seals? One of the struggles you mentioned we may have is identifying which are false seals and which ones are true.
I would say maybe a cleric of Muradin might have a better chance of sensing their own divine, but I wouldn't say that there's any spell or anything I know of that would do such a thing. But if you can identify materials, you might be able to get somewhere. Like I said,
they would all be done with cosmium.
Well, if not all, most. Anything that was made during the War of the Heaven or made by Muradin would, by no doubt, use cosmium. He is one of 3 people that could work the stuff pretty much. Well, fashion the stuff from it in existence. A lot of people can work it, but he's the only one that knows how to make it. Him and 2 others.
No,
Or so the story. Well, it would have been. Right. Let me get the name of this god. Make sure I search the right term in my big book of things. Well, it would have been Celestian, the Star Wonder god, the god of the stars, discovery. He actually found, discovered the material and then taught Muradin, who refined the process. They worked on it kind of together. And then the other one would be Maestra, the goddess of knowledge. She knows how to, but she can't physically make the stuff.
I understand. Thank you for this. I will think about ways of detecting. You see, I have this device here that can... And he'll go off on a whole spiel of his detect magic device thing and just talk craft.
This individual is very happy to talk craft. Imagine this individual is... Imagine like an art historian, but like a machine historian. Or like a crafting historian or a blacksmithing historian. That's his whole shtick. He's like... Artisanal history is kind of his thing, whether that be ancient artisanal history, religious artisanal history, or like, you know, more modern stuff. He's like, oh yes, this is when in this area that they moved on from, you know, bronze forging to iron and steel forging sort of thing. That's his whole shebang. So he's very enthralled by your conversation about machinery and artisan.
Yeah, and considering Zap's own artificial lore abilities, I think that conversation might go on for a while.
Yeah, sure thing. Okay. Before I just jump back to getting these diverging scenes back to one another, was James doing anything?
I might. Where's Cornell?
The half elf.
Yes.
He went back to sort of he's poured himself a drink and is back looking at the plane window.
I'd approach.
Oh.
Excuse me, Zahn.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a moment? I
Yeah,
was
sure.
quite
Hold on.
interested in talking to you about your opinions on Eladrin the Immortal and this bow that you believe to be a seal.
I see. What is it you would like to discuss? Specifically, or do you just want the reason I think it is one of the seals?
I would just like to get a little bit more of your general opinion and viewpoint on where it stands, I guess, in its general history.
Well, the bow is something that Eladrin the Immortal has always carried, but in the final battle, the War of the Heavens, Eladrin was slightly injured and was forced to draw his sword, but whilst covering him, the hero picked up Eladrin's bow and used it to defend the general, whilst he recovered slightly and composed his wavering troops. And then handed it back to him. It is a symbol of, well, it is as close a symbol of the Fey realm as you can get with a connection to the hero. Therefore, I am of the firm believer that is a seal, as they all seem to symbolize different realms touched by the hero.
Going off of that theory, would there be any other article that would come close to meeting that requirement?
None.
That prerequisite?
None that are Fey, at least. The problem lies because many of contemporary scholars neglect the Fey connection when studying the Elendor Chronicles. It is a blind spot for them.
And that is where you come in, I'm guessing.
Where I like to feel I fit, yes. Give me a quick
What was that?
Give me a quick perception check. I was thinking of what type of check this was.
Oh, sorry. That'll be a straight 10.
I think that would be enough to notice. You notice the individual, when they finished talking to you, then they go for like a handkerchief and wipe their mouth. And as they put it away, I know the reason that I'm going to give you the benefit on this because of what you are. You notice that there's blood on the handkerchief.
Oh, do you mind? Yeah, use mine. That looks to be a little bit soiled.
No, it's fine. Thank you for the offer.
Are you sure?
Yes, it's an affliction I have had many years.
Oh, is that your blood? That looks like blood. Sorry for assuming.
No, it is, yes.
What is this affliction that ails you?
How familiar are you with the disease of the Fae?
Not very, but I'd be interested to know more.
Many moons ago, the Lantern Empire was afflicted by a great plague. It is something that took a lot of our more ancient folk. It's an epidemic known as Shadow Lung. Unfortunately, one of the final moments you see of it, or final signs of it, is blood in the sputum. You know, and Eladrin the Immortal himself suffers. So far, he is the only person to have lived with it long enough.
How long has he been afflicted by such a disease?
Well, it started sweeping the land during the last Eladrin War. Most of the Celestial Eladrin have since passed on. A few others, and then various other Fae that it spiraled onto survive, but took with it a lot of our best and brightest with it.
That's really unfortunate. I understand what it is like to have such an affliction sweep across your lands and affect your peoples. It's quite a misfortune, especially when there's not much that one can do all on their own. Well, I have to say thank you for your time and entertaining my questions, and this topic is very intriguing to me, so if you ever find the need or would like to discuss anything further or bounce it off of somebody with a mind outside of this historical view, let me know. And I guess I'll go back to eating over by the table and hang out with Balmir.
Yeah, no problem. About this time, Breton, you see Ruby coming back from down the hall.
I suppose he would just wave to get her attention and try and draw her over.
She will walk over. What's up?
I think you should have a talk with Mort.
Willingly?
I think he's an expert on your condition.
Okay, I'll play.
It's either that or I'm going to have a talk to him about it, and I don't really want to reveal any information you don't want revealed, so...
Sure.
I'm right, and we'll just allow the man and think for a second of just how he needs to close this bookcase before he will eventually just... I suppose they just return to the room.
Okay. You see that Mort has pulled out what seems to be a pile of various books from the pocket of his cloak. It's like he's pulling them out. They're small and they're sizing up as he puts them on the table.
Mr. the Magnificent?
Yes. He puts on the glass. He puts down some glasses which make his eyes look just huge. And between that and his purple robes, he just looks ridiculous. You are the one with the divergent soul issue.
You just slowly look at Breton. I'm gonna duct tape your mouth.
Breton is just looking at her. He knew about Joanna. If you really think he didn't know about you as well. He's been in communication with the Iron Duke.
Broadsword is correct. I had my suspicions.
Yes, I am that.
What have you found out so far? Or should I say, who have you found out so far?
Her name is Soul.
That's
She's
apt.
a part of me, the purer part. I say that with quotations.
Anyone else?
That's all I've met so far.
Give me a deception check.
Technically, that's not incorrect. It's all she's met.
Ruby's met the other one, technically. Soul.
Has she?
Well, yeah. Soul. I mean, Soul.
I know nothing about it other than it exists.
Oh yeah, you as a player know nothing about it, but both Ruby Hand and Soul have seen another thing in there. Remember?
Sure. There is something else, but I've never seen it activated yet.
Interesting. You use the term activate. He starts sort of looking around you.
Yeah. Though neither Soul nor I know how it works yet, we think there are triggers.
That sounds about right. Yes, this is what happens when you cheat death and make a deal with things you don't know. He's like looking just like so inquisitively at you.
Yeah?
Well, I can say that this isn't... Also, by the way, this individual is like 4'9", but human and like very hunchback. So he's like really like looking up and looking around. He's like, you either, I wouldn't say quite like a warlock, but you made a deal in another realm, and that's left you a little bit broken. You do have one benefit, though, is if you can get rid of the malignant energy that's within you, things should be relatively back to normal. And who knows, you might even gain control of multiple souls. That could be fun. However, it seems you are also a vessel for power beyond even my imagining. Oh boy, you are a ticking mechanical device. Imagine a clock, except when it reaches 12, instead of a cuckoo, there is just a raging ball of energy.
Okay.
What it seems like is your essence has been divided between various people that have claimed it. Someone may have swooped in to save your soul. Another is clinging on to what power it had left over it with dear life, as not to be cast out. Either way, it's left you in a little bit of a pickle.
Not suppose you know who?
I could do some tests.
Soul knows one of them, I think. And I suspect I have some inclination to the other.
Tell me, what do you think?
When Soul is reconstituted, she spoke to Brayla, or at least I believe she did.
About that. She has her ways, and she definitely would be the kind to scoop up a soul so damaged and tarnished. How delightful. Do you know of the other?
The power I inherited
Hmm.
from Caloris.
Oh. Oh, that's going to be fun.
For whom and how?
Oh, for the history books, if it happens. Either way, I don't want to be anywhere near it. I like my eyebrows.
If what happens?
If you don't get control of yourself and you do not fix what is broken within you. Because if you don't do that, and the aspect of Caloris is released, well, I didn't want the aspect of a fire. I don't know about you, but having the aspect of a fire god walk this plane again when the only time it knew was that of a time of complete and utter destruction before the gods arrived, I really don't think that would be a real, fun day. And, I'm someone who enjoys walking through the aftermath of a battle to, use it like a, grocery store. So, either way, you have a problem. I might have something for you.
Okay.
Pulls out a iron clasp, like a bracelet. If you attune to this, you may have a bit more control over what's going on inside you. But will only delay what's going on. I don't know how you need to fix the soul. It's different in every case. But this should help negate some of the effects if you're particularly feeling like you're taking a turn for it.
You're saying that sooner or later I'm going to explode?
Not necessarily. You seem quite a strong-willed individual, but, at the same time, I didn't think that I was going to accidentally put salt in my tea this morning, but I still did. Besides, I think you and I both know that we might dream about knowing when death will catch us, but it can sneak up on us even so.
Sure. She will take the iron band.
Mm-hmm.
Use it if I feel like I'm losing it.
Use it if you feel like you're losing it. Now,
And DM, you said attune to it. Do I actually have to attune to this?
I will send you the information for it.
Okay.
When I get a moment, I'm trying to send a lot of people information right now because a lot of uncovering has been done today.
Thank you, Moment, for this information.
Oh, you're quite welcome. Do, if you find anything else out, do let me know. Or maybe stop by my island sometime. I have a lovely tower staffed by skeletons.
You've hidden it off of a map.
Oh, yes.
Off of every map.
Yes, that's true. But I could always give you the coordinates should you find a spell to get yourself around.
She'll actually pull out her journal. Sure.
He writes an arcane script, which even without your knowledge of the spell, the way that you've studied the arcane before, you can tell is the coordinates of a teleportation circle.
I'll keep this in mind.
Very well. Now, if you don't mind, there's a couple of friends I need to continue making. I am going to bid my leave.
Okay. She won't stop him.
Okay. He goes over to the bookcase, slides out another book. The door opens, he goes through, and then he goes over to where the archway is, and kind of just goes through it and kind of teleports away.
Ruby just sits, like... Don't tell anybody, Breton. You're muted.
Yes, I thought it'd be important for you to be the one to have this conversation. I imagined everything that was talked about here since you walked into the room is to stay in this room and with the people with it.
Was Breton in the room, or...?
Breton never left the room.
So he heard everything?
Oh yeah, he absolutely heard everything.
It's odd hearing that you're a ticking time bomb. And you're going to be hanging on a ship full of hundreds and hundreds of people.
I would rather have that information than not have it. Especially if it's true. If you look at it another way, you were technically a ticking time bomb even before this happened, considering the way your father viewed you. Now you just have an understanding of what the consequences are and hopefully how to stop it.
I have no idea where to start to stop it. Maybe Zed
Not
can give me
giving
some...
up is seems to be a strong start on that.
I'm not
You mentioned
giving
your willpower, you mentioned your resolve, so it's something. You've always been strong-headed. Set your mind to this.
I'm worried, Breton, that one day I'm going to lose control. Maybe even when I don't realize it. And I get everybody killed.
I don't believe that'll happen. Mostly because I'll be the one standing in the way when it does. If it does. I'm not gonna let you hurt anybody.
Thanks.
But that being said, precaution's never a bad idea. And I suppose it might be worth your time if you really want to know what that band does if letting Zep take a look at it. Though that might let the cat out of the bag, as it were.
I trust Zep's indiscretion.
Breton will just nod at that. We've been away for a while. It might be time to get back to the party.
Oh, sorry. Zep's discretion, not indiscretion. Fuck that.
That's why I pulled a bit of a face.
Use the other adjective.
You and Sol are competent. I believe in you. Whatever is in there sealed away is... It'll stay in there. Or we'll find a way to pull it out without screwing everything up.
Yeah. Ruby does not sound confident. She sounds actually quite scared. But she will walk out.
Brett will spend like a solid 15 seconds looking at this bookcase, trying to remember what book is right before he'll pull the dictionary and just...
Sure.
Oh yes, this is the right one. We should just return back to the meeting hall.
Yep.
You kind of at this point reconverge. Unless there's anything anyone else would want to do. No? Therefore, you all re-meet in the center room.
Is Claudia there? She's skulking a boot.
She's been having a conversation with Keys, the person that was glamoured to be was said to, the Azdakian that was said to be glamoured. Beth, I don't think you're muted. But you can call her over if you want her in the group as well.
Sorry.
No, I'll let her keep doing her thing, and I'll expect a report when we leave this place.
Mm-hmm.
We shouldn't talk about eavesdropping on them in their own house.
So did any of you have anything you wanted to do here, or did you want to move on to talking to
Zep? Sorry, I didn't want to...
Yeah. Hello.
Have you your investigation devices on you?
Yeah, I have this one, and this one, and this one, and also these.
Right. She'll hand Zep the iron band. Could you examine this for me?
I will do an artifice check. Or artifice law check, rather.
Oh.
That is a 26.
Remind me what an artificer law check kind of gets you in Discovery.
Sure. Let's place the book.
And also, please keep these results between you and I.
Yeah, of course. And it'll give you a bit of a second look at that, but not. Artificer law, whenever you make an intelligence history check related to magic items, alchemical objects, historical devices, you can add twice your proficiency bonus instead of proficiency bonus you normally apply.
So, sorry, say that again. My head just kind of...
Can you link it?
Yeah, can you...
There didn't seem to be any text when I just opened it, because I think it's one I've added myself.
The law...
I will find a URL. Law. Nope, that's just artificers. This isn't just written out somewhere. That's not helpful.
Yeah, I know. I'm also looking for it. I'm just trying to... It's
a straight gnome ability.
It's your gnome trait, right?
One.
Gnome making a history check related to twice your proficiency. So it's just okay. It's just as a intelligence sort of check on it. Okay, it's seems to be a magical item that is it allows an individual to channel certain energy within them and redirect it.
It is made to channel and ultimately redirect energy.
Nothing else?
That is all I know on the surface, so I'm just double checking if I identify. I think I do.
I do,
Get
but
it. Yeah, I don't, because I know you do.
yeah. Ruby will cast Identify upon it.
Cool. It is a magical item. It does require attunement. But what it essentially allows you to do is to reroll a saving throw to not even if so once the result lands on, I'm going to say this delicately without revealing things.
I mean, if you want to just write it down and give me the item later.
Yeah, which is what I was planning on doing anyway. But essentially, on a negative outcome, it gives you another chance to reallocate that negative into a positive, as well as some other beneficial effects.
I call it the Band of Legendary Resistance.
Kind
I
of.
fail to say, treat it as a success.
Kind of.
But
not quite that powerful, but
guys, I'm becoming a boss. I knew it. Next thing you know, it's gonna be a Band of Legendary Actions.
Mm-hmm.
That would be broken as fuck. Anyway.
But as
Thank
you
you.
all regather, Copious comes over. So, did you all want to journey to see my ancestor? And perhaps inquire what they know?
Are they
Yes.
dead?
No.
It's not really your ancestor then.
Why do they have to be dead to be an ancestor, Valimir?
Because that's kind of the definition of ancestor.
No, ancestors, those who came before you, does not necessarily imply they're dead.
Your parents aren't your ancestors.
But the grandparent, perhaps?
Well, yeah, they are. I mean,
Yeah, they are.
technically.
Technically, you kind of have to include the dead part.
Typically, an ancestor applies to anyone more remote than a grandparent. I am a descendant of this individual. There's nothing that defines them having to be dead.
I think
You are
family is
just
sort of
very much more mortal than I.
He confuses
Commonality of
lineage
association.
and parents and grandparents.
Commonality of association does not lead to definition of association.
Correct.
All orcs are goblins, but not all goblins are orcs.
Orcs and goblins are actually very different races.
And that's not true at all either, in any capacity of the word. Because orcs are not goblins in any capacity.
Yeah.
It used to be goblinoid back in the day.
All roosters are chickens, but not all chickens are roosters.
That is factual. Yeah.
By the way,
that's-
did you want to? It'll be quite an arduous quest into the mountain, but
We have a
I
ship.
do believe having this conversation is an important part of our day. Yes.
I was going to say, yeah, we could fly if that would make it easier.
oh no, they are deep beneath the city.
Oh. Why not?
Guess we go digging then.
We must travel the sacred trails within the mountain.
Which I'm going deeper underground and looking at them. This individual's got a silver coating, right? So presumably
No,
their
he's
ancestor would
golden.
also be. He's golden. Never mind.
He was gold.
I was thinking he was silver.
There is a silver.
There,
There is someone that you haven't interacted with here that was possibly of Silver Dragon lineage, but Procopius was gold.
However you are going underground, I imagine it's going to get quite cold. That's more of a note for the rest of the group than him.
Perhaps. But the heat of a dragon does keep things warmer sometimes.
Is there anything we should do to prepare for this?
Yes, don't lie when you get close. Be true of heart, you know, all the old sayings. You're a stickler for the rules. Say your prayers, write your wills, whatever you want. No, I kid. Either way, you're going into a place that's going to be very sacred. I request that you do not steal anything, take anything, that sort of thing. I will get you
Ruby slowly looks at Zaraj and Claudia.
halfway, and then you must make the rest of the journey yourself. It has been 300 years since I've been all the way to see them myself, so I was but a boy when I last went, so
What should we expect?
How long is the trek going to be?
day perhaps. What do you think you'll expect? Valmir?
I would assume it. Wise old dragon, but then why are they alone in a hole for 300 years or more? I have no idea. Expect the unexpected.
Don't call them a wise old dragon. I would,
What is their name?
their name is Aureus.
Does that name ring any bells at all?
For you, no. Why would it?
Honestly, because he's a gold dragon with the name Aureus, and you know, kind of, is this like the first ever gold dragon kind of deal? Kind of seems like a worldly level thing that we'd know about, maybe. Or
Not
someone
necessarily.
would.
What I'm saying is, Valmir would have no idea.
Oh yeah, fair.
But anyone who is deeply knowledgeable or religious of the War of the Heaven, or any of, if their religion is of the involving the War of the Heaven in any way, I will happily let them make a religion check if they've heard of Aureus.
How about history?
How does that apply to the Chevalier Argent?
There's a possibility, Breton, but it would be quite a high DC.
Sure.
Would Zedaar have ever mentioned him?
Ooh, possibly. So I will let you roll, Zep, as you took an interest in Zedaar's learnings and teachings.
How about history?
This is more of a religious figure, but if you could roll history, except the DC would be very high.
That's a 7.
That's a no then.
This is the chat telling us, guys, just go talk to him. Learn firsthand.
Yeah, this wasn't me like asking like out loud or anything, or it was just the name sounded very first hand kind of you know. Like, you know, we'll find a silver dragon called Agatha.
Boris's first son, Denarii.
Well, it seems like a worthwhile endeavor to us. Do we have the supplies to make our way a day into the mountain? We're not going to have the ship to rely on.
I've absolutely baggied so many of the leftovers from this massive meal. We're grand.
Sure.
I am curious for myself to see what lies in the mountain.
It'll be nice to be underground again.
It has been a while.
I suppose in a pinch I could also make food if we get lost, so I think we'll be alright.
You will require
Ruby's
an,
just like,
you will
Guys,
require an offering.
That was to be my next question. Anything in particular? Any guidance you can give us on this?
I mean, you could go the simple route and go for gold in some way, something worth. But Boris does also value knowledge.
What
Is this
type
going to
of
be-
knowledge does he favor?
Current
They-
events.
They are an unusual one. Sometimes they have accepted great tomes and people's life's work, or sometimes they've taken a simple story or joke.
I have a good joke. I'm going to tell it to them, not waste it on you guys.
I have a limerick that I can share.
Alright, well. I
As
think
long as-
we're... Go ahead.
I was just going to say, as long as we are not going this evening, I can prepare something.
If it's going to take us a day to get there, then we should have a chance to consider how we're going to approach this.
The route there, is it simple, straightforward, civilized the whole way, or is there danger along the route?
Well, the last time a lot of us were down there was around 300 years, so who knows what's befell the Great Route in that time. Actually, no, I think some people have been down there since, but either way, it's not a path well traveled. Also, some of the less stable of our kin do venture into the mountains alone and reside there.
Being underground so long can be disorienting for people not used to it, not born of the underground. I can understand that. Seen it plenty of times. It's what lack of
Ooh.
light does to a motherfucker.
All variations of corruption can happen deep within. So, I will not say it will be danger-free to travel.
Well, we're dangerous. The words, they're great. We are dangerous enough as it is. I think we'll handle ourselves just fine.
Will we need to bring food and snacks?
This is the third time your party has mentioned food. I'm guessing you are, how they say in foodies. You.
We do have a very exceptional chef that is on the ship, so everybody enjoys the meals. But as it's written, it's just gonna thinking about it. I actually forgot you carried your bag, Ruby, so I believe food should be accounted for, unless we get stuck down there for quite some time.
We would have to be down there for quite a while. Yes.
I've grown very accustomed to my lifestyle of eating meals every day.
Gourmet meals, essentially every day.
No, just eating food, you know? I'm just like, wow, this is really great. You guys do this every day? Wow.
Talk about going from nothing to going through some nice stuff.
Dude, living on the street to flying in an airship. Can't go back now.
I think we're
Routinely
ready to
deal with
depart when
thousands
you
of
are.
gold pieces a day.
So, yeah, do we want to do the trek down there tomorrow then? If Zep wants to make something?
Sounds good. Get a fresh start.
Did Darius mention to the group how much of a hurry they are in to get out of Atria?
No. Though,
Okay.
I'm not exactly sure how hard it would be to figure out that he's anxious, because he's not great at deception, given the fact that he only has a +2 to it.
Is it?
And-
how different is it from the baseline? Because I feel like
It's just depend. Like normally, Darius is just kind of chill. He's not. He just
Yeah,
doesn't talk.
Is it?
but-
Is this a situation where is Darius actually fidgety, which is very unbecoming of Darius?
Oh yeah, anytime. Oh yeah, I don't know if it comes across on the camera, but yes, anytime like there's anything dealing with his family, he does get twitchy, like in his
That-
face. He does.
that definitely I
I'd roll
would
it.
recognize that.
18 insight.
Having been
on
with you
Darius
in
is-
compound.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
So would I?
yeah.
Can I do an insight check
Valmir
on
would.
Darius?
Valmir would probably catch that.
Yeah, 21.
Something's up with Darius.
Hey Darius, are you alright?
Fine. Why'd you ask?
Because you don't look alright.
I'm fine.
I'm doing this away from the group, by the way.
I am fine.
I love
I
that all of these checks were made to have a dialogue for Darius to basically just be like, no, it's okay, let's just do this. No, just ignore it, let's just go.
You're the one who asked the question.
No, you're right. We how dare we be concerned about Darius's well-being?
Exactly.
He's not used to it. He's certainly not used to it.
I'm not used to it. Remember, this is
Look,
routinely just a joke. It's like, oh, you got killed one time. Call him in a sewer. So yeah.
You weren't killed, you were knocked unconscious, and to be fair, it was
True.
Look,
True.
Darius, I know we're basically like family now, but
That's
we're not.
Don't say
we're
that.
Not we're
making
not-
a lot of assumptions.
We're not like that. You need to learn what fam. Yeah, I mean, I do too, I guess. But you,
didn't show. That's. Let's not.
The moment where Valmir realizes he was the worst person to have this conversation.
Let's not. You're about ready to say we both don't. Let's just not.
if you need to talk, I'm terrible at it, but I will do it.
I thought you were about to go. If you need to talk, ask someone else.
It's all right. I'm good. Just get a fresh start tomorrow. Everything will be good.
If it ever becomes not good,
Why would it ever be not good?
various reasons. We quite literally recently went to steal your sister from your other family, and that was a whole thing. You got beat the shit out of, and we had
Yeah.
to run out of there. I'm just saying things
remember.
may end up being not good again, and if that happens, you know, a bit of vocality.
You know, it's fine. Things are good. Things will be, things are managing well. I think things are going well.
Yeah, no, I don't think that, but that's cool that you lie about that.
It's that, I feel like I'm getting a third degree from some. I mean, I defended you when when they were shaking you down for your.
I'm not shaking
whatever
you
it
down.
is.
I'm just saying that
This is just,
if things in the future are
right.
not good,
Right.
You can, you know, if you want to.
All right.
No
Just got a
force
lot.
involved.
Just lots going on today. Just got a lot offloaded onto me today. I don't really. It's fine.
Well, you have friends here who are
Whoa!
willing to listen.
Why are...
Fucking vampires, man! They come out of the fucking shadow.
That was established out here. Take me up to the side. So Jesus.
He's very sneaky.
I could hear your heart racing. I could tell something was up.
I can't hear you breathing. What
Wait,
is
you can hear heartbeats? My dude, there's something freaky about
Hello, James. Can I help you?
You seemed a little bit disturbed, so I just came over to make sure you're all right.
I'm fine.
He's fine. Will you all stop bothering him?
Thank you, Ruby.
Oh, don't worry, Darius. Your secret is safe with my indifference.
All right.
you. That's not original.
It's not original, but it's true.
It
So
works.
apparently the whole group just managed to sneak over Valmir.
All right.
Look,
Chris was just being polite about it.
Are we just bringing the conversation over here now? Are we just bringing the conversation over here now?
We're
Okay.
getting ready to go.
Yeah. Let's go in the morning, and we'll get it. That way we can make sure we've got everything, and Zep can finish his whatever he was wanting to make.
It's not like he's a ticking time bomb.
I'm sorry.
Okay,
Is that
that'd
you
be
telling me that?
Insight check on that little statement right there.
Tea kettle, the pot's calling.
No, nothing. No, you know that Ruby is always a ticking time bomb. She'll blow up and be angry at you at a moment's notice. I mean, that's standard Ruby.
Just
Yeah.
let me check here for a second.
In the
Interesting
entire
turn of
time
phrase, but
Breton
you know, whatever.
And the entire time Breton has been serving with the party, I think this is the most familiar he has felt with his old life. It's just that exact moment of Ruby saying that.
Because it's a double entendre, sort of.
You both rolled beautifully.
I always roll beautifully.
Darius got a lot on his mind right now. Okay? He was just told that he might be a part of a prophecy, but then also in the same sentence, not an important part of the prophecy.
Standard Darius things.
Which is immediately exactly how this entire game started, with Darius being mistaken for his better brother and being kidnapped.
Darius's apparently life story is, you are important adjacent.
Yeah.
You're like the spare wheel on the
stand-in,
back
yeah.
of a car. Look, you can be important, but like right now, you're just on the back.
Yeah.
He's stabilizers on a children's bike that a parent has taken
That's
off.
very important.
Well, no, the parent has taken off and the child hasn't realized.
School play. Like, oh yeah, your kids in the school play. What are they playing? Oh, see that bush over there? It's their lead bush number one.
Or
Darius,
they're
the personification of
they're
an
what I-
emulsifier, just keeping everything
you know,
consistent.
when we did our nativity, they were what I was, the fourth wise man.
This is
Wait
the
a
tree
minute.
that fell in the woods.
No,
Yeah.
hilarious. For context, it was a play called The Late Wise Man. It's a whole story that there was a fourth one. He was just fucking late.
I'm not sure God would have a problem with that one.
Anyways.
Can we have a Ruby breakfast?
We just
Yeah.
got done eating a dinner.
As in, like,
In the
you-
morning.
In the morning.
You have breakfast in the
We
morning.
set out in the morning, unless you have Brynner.
I don't know how they do it in Nadathel, but like, what the fuck?
Everybody gets your temporary HP.
Yeah.
That's what we want.
So yeah, we're starting. Cool.
Can I spend the rest of the night painting the ship?
You'd have to leave the
it's-
city to go to the. Well, actually, no. Hang on. The ship has now been moved to in the city.
Weren't we docked at the?
That was
Okay.
2 countries ago.
Oh God. I
We
never
were initially
learned geography or
we're in the
how to look at
Dragon Rome
maps.
country now, not the
Right.
funny gnome country.
we got a right to dock the ship in the main forum.
Yeah, you're parked in a park.
So we're just making it harder for people walking their whatever equivalent of a dog is.
It's a tourist attraction now. No,
No,
you're gonna get
you-
like food
you
stands
at-
that are set up. It's gonna be great.
If you go to where
help the economy.
where the ship has been parked, it looks to be an area that has been marked out, and the grass is kept short for. It seems to be a local game. But
Sorry, kids, you can't play your Little League game today.
it's a game that's that they have called it translates to Bat and Trap.
I think I still have some bat wings in my inventory.
Trapping bats?
Bat and trap. So is a stick involved in this, or is a net
it's a
involved
paddle.
in this? It's a paddle. Oh, it's just cricket.
No,
I was going to say, are there 3 sticks behind whoever is
No,
with the bat?
no. Bat and Trap is what it's. Hilariously, this is a game that I have played before. It's an English publican game if you want the real life equivalent. But essentially, is what it is. There is a thing called the trap, and you have a bat, and essentially you have to hit the trap, which launches a ball up, and you have to then hit the ball towards the other end. Which is marked by other players on the other team, who have to try and stop it crossing a line. And they're only allowed to use one hand.
Thaddeus, I think we should play this game.
Well, I guess we could play a truncated version. I'm assuming that we are taking up quite a large amount of the space that would be used for this game.
Yeah, I mean, yes.
Are they still like playing right now? Can
No,
I
you are-
observe and learn?
I mean,
They've
you are
broken all
parked
the
on.
windows on the ship.
You're parked on the playing green, but there is like a little groundskeeper office where they're keeping the traps and the balls and the bats and stuff that has like a signpost and like one of those like paintings of how to play kind of thing.
Oh yeah.
How long
cool.
can we stay here before we start killing the grass and then the groundskeeper gets pissed?
Oh, according to the groundskeeper, immediately. If anything's told me, if I know groundskeepers.
Can't even look at it.
Yeah.
But you want to play in this field? No.
You're not a player. Your shoes aren't worthy of this grass. Now get off the field.
So if we're going back to the ship, I'm going to melt down 250 gold pieces of gold, and then using 250 enchanting materials, because I make this stuff off price, I'm going to make a headband of intellect.
Okay.
God.
Damn.
This
Let's
is your
just
hobby.
give a dragon a gift.
And I can do this overnight, because it's also one of my infusions,
Yep.
but I'm making this as a proper item.
God damn it.
Artificers are not broken.
Is there anything you can do that like that, but for like wisdom?
Probably.
My wisdom of 8 is like crying right now.
Just slaps you upside the head, gives you some wisdom. Get it together, Valmir.
It's too late for that. It's far too late for that.
Okay. So do you settle down to your quarters for the night sort of thing and get ready to go for traveling into mountain in the morrow? Okay.
As much as sleep as that would get, as he's crafting as well.
Yeah, where would Zeraj be during the night? Just painting or
She is
No.
nice.
everywhere?
I'm not painting. I'm gonna get a good night's sleep, but for the first part of the night, I'm gonna be outside by the guard shack, like trying to study the rules of this game. And
Okay.
is the door locked to the guard shack, or
Doesn't matter.
could I
Groundskeeper's
get-
office?
could I maybe get a paddle and maybe a thing, like exactly what 2 people need to play this game
Or practice.
or practice this game.
They catch.
Yeah, I want to play catch with Darius. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to steal.
bat, a trap, and a couple gloves.
But for anyone referencing now, I'm just going to put it in our group chat area, which is what bat and trap is.
Can I roll a stealth check so that no one can see me steal these items?
Sure.
Oh, 15.
Yeah,
With
you
a
get
2
Yeah,
on the
there's no
dice.
it's not even really locked. It's like a shed. You're stealing park games from a
Community
shed.
shed.
Yeah, you're
But-
stealing park games from a shed. That's
I would like to thank these dragons for their tax dollars.
It's the kids that you're stealing from.
it's just the joy of innocence that you are stealing from.
Oh no.
It's
Is it child-sized? Are they
No,
child-sized or are they like adult?
it's all one size.
Regulation size. Okay, I would just like to take enough for 2 people and just smuggle it back onto the ship and learn the rules, but not say anything about it and just go to sleep.
Okay. Hold on a second. Yeah, so when you, on the way back so you can go to sleep, you see Darius is like maybe like 10 steps away from your door, and he's just like, he's doing that thing where he's like, should I knock or should I not knock? Should I knock? Should I not? Like just a very socially inept person, like debating whether or not to inconvenience somebody minorly.
And I'm showing up with like a bunch of stuff under my cloak, like, hello, Darius.
Okay. Hi. What did you take things? You know what? Never mind. It's fine.
Well, do you have something you wish to discuss? I can just in a second. I'll just put these items down that I purchased legally with money.
Do you want me to not to see what you have for,
yes, very
for
much,
plausible
please.
deniability purposes?
Yes.
All right.
But you should learn the rules to that game. For no reason other than it is good for your brain.
Right.
To know.
I'm gonna turn around and give a good 30 count.
Okay. I stash all this.
Sure. You can stash all the stuff.
God, such a dysfunctional group of people.
So you looked pretty messed up today. Everyone was kind of up your ass a bit, but I wanted to see if you're okay.
Not great. Not great. I don't know why I didn't. I don't know. Me and Valamir, we've known each other probably the longest. Well, no, it's between Zep and. It's actually. Not exactly sure who.
The same day.
Yeah, same day. It's whoever got the bag taken off first, or who spoke the first, which would probably be Ruby, but not. Don't.
Of course.
Don't make that face. You know it's true.
To be fair, and none of us can check because we lost that episode.
Yeah, we lost that episode. It's lost to time.
Also, you're splitting hairs over a couple of seconds.
Exactly. It's just, I never really got along the best with basically everybody I've gotten along with very well has died or been captured. So, or left. So, yeah. It's, I have a lot of people to talk to, other than my sister. This kind of entails her, and it's very, I don't want to make her I don't want to burden her with things, and it's kind of so yeah. It's just
Darius, Claudia is, how can I put this? Young but very capable, and
of course she is. Renard.
But of course, because you guys are raised to do everything. But
no,
maybe
we're raised to do one thing well. And that's what we do.
Oh, you do lots of things well. And so does Claudia. She knows 18,000 languages.
Yeah, she's the exception.
So I think it's worth it to tell her these things. Obviously, you feel protective of her, but she will be upset if she finds out about this from someone, not you.
Well, that's why I think you're very good about keeping secrets to an extent.
Can I insight check to see if you want me to actually keep it a secret or if you want me to spill the beans?
God damn it.
Let the cat out the bag.
Oh, that was so much better. Why didn't I think of that?
Yeah.
A 13.
Make whatever judgment you want. This Jar says a definitive thing he wants you to do. And it's probably not that, but whatever Zedaar thinks is good.
Well, you said keep a secret, so I'm going to keep a secret. But yes,
right.
yes, I'm very good at keeping secrets.
Great. That's good. I got a lot of information today. Actually, now that I think about it, basically now that I think about it out of character, quite literally everything that's been bothering Darius has happened within the last 10 hours. So it's been a very dense day of just stress. There's a reason I have white hair. So yeah, let's do the minor one, and I guess this. So I found out, apparently somebody from my family is trying to get in the city. They know we're here, and I don't know what that means, and I'm worried. And also, I don't know what to do about that. I'm kind of flailing.
What do you mean trying to get into the city? Like, are they outside of the gates knocking on the door, or are they...
They probably would have saw us come in at that point, but they don't need to be right outside the city. I think there's like a ambassador from the Rien that they're trying to work through to get permission into the city. They have ways of teleporting.
Not city.
Country, into the country.
Your family has ways of teleporting?
We have court mages.
Oh, I didn't realize that you do magic too.
I don't.
But your family, you guys just...
I mean, I have some family that have the aptitude.
Wow.
And people that they have hired that have the aptitude.
Well, are we not going to be gone tomorrow? I mean, they're not...
But are we ever going to be? But that's the thing, is I don't know. I have a time limit on that. And if they know we're here, how? That's my thing. How do they know that we're here?
All of your family crests, have you had Zep look at them for tracking magic? And Claudia's as well?
No.
Because if I were going to spy on someone from my family and keep tabs on them at all times, I would plant a tracker on them. With magic.
Well, this one I had made afterwards, because I gave my original signet to Joanna as a gift.
And Claudia, I remember we brought her stuff with us. I flew away with it.
Does Claudia have a signet ring? Not being a full through her squireship.
She has plenty, not just
You know, from the time that she contacted you first, that because she has reached the age of 14, she has been given her own symbol.
Okay, yeah. I know she had her own.
Whether she's had a ring
arms.
made of it.
Yeah, that's the thing. Possibly. It's possible. That's one. Or two, there's a leak in the crew or party or something that has let them know we're here. Because I did send something back, but that shouldn't have gotten there. Probably within the next couple of weeks. It still hasn't arrived. So, I don't know. And that worries me.
Okay. Do we think a magic person can help us look into this?
Possibly. That'd be my first thought on that. And I'm also not sure if I should talk to this ambassador and just because he's offering to just deny them entry into the country because I guess he feels he owes me a favor. I guess he's predisposed to liking me, and he wants to make sure that he stay on my good side, or the party. But I don't know if doing that will tip them off that they are correct in their assumptions that we are here. So it's like a 4D, it's like a 3D chess, or 4D chess, because chess is 3D.
Well, I think if they already know that we're here, confirming there is suspicion, like of all the places that they could have picked to try to gain access, I think here they probably all already know. I would say don't let them in the city, but they'll probably get another way in regardless. However, this way we have the law on our side to say, look, please arrest these Reynards, but not these Reynards, because you're the likable one, they're not. But your brother, the one that I met, the real dingus.
Alexi's okay. He's... you don't know this, but he's one of the better ones. Because I believe it was... yeah, it was Alexi. He was one of the better ones.
We could also bait them in, trap them, and say, what are you doing here? And then if we have to fight, we have to fight. But I'm sure you don't really want to have to fight your family.
I already did once. Well, I have. But yes, it's because that's the thing is that technically I'm in the wrong. Because remember, we did take Claudia. That I didn't win the fight, so legally speaking, I did lose that duel. And then reneged on the terms.
See, I think your family has a problem with the concept of free will and what people want to do. Claudia wanted to come with us, not with them.
Yes. I didn't have a choice when I was her age.
Does that make it right to not give anybody else choice?
Making a statement like that would make me have to re-examine my entire childhood again, and I'm already dealing with a lot today, so I'm just going to not do that. I'm sorry, this is a lot. It's just, I probably shouldn't have brought it up. I'll go. I think I'll go. The other one, no, or not.
I just hug him. I just, no words, just.
Okay. All right. Are you let go now? We're over the time limit. Nope.
It's being snuggled by a cat.
Okay, well.
Elendor Cat Distribution Services.
I wish I had answers for you. I don't understand family, but.
Yeah, I think that's one of the reasons why I thought this was a good idea. I don't know why. It was because you would be unbiased, having kind of no family issues. Because I'm going to be honest, I don't know Zep, but most people on this ship have some family issues.
Well, that's my family issue, is I don't have to worry about it.
I don't know if that's an issue.
Yes, it's actually amazing. Very liberal, but that is, is not your situation. But you will do the right thing when it comes time, Darius.
I don't know about that. I don't think that's true. I think that's a matter of opinion.
I'm gonna try to scratch behind your ears like you would do to a cat, because I think that's comforting.
Okay, hold on a second.
This is what people do to me when I'm upset.
Yeah. 18 athletics check to break this crumble.
Okay. Is it athletics or acrobatics? Both. Or I mean
it can be either on the defense. Or I guess on the you could use either. Honestly, I would say.
Okay.
But I guess that's Midge's call.
I'd say either.
Yes. 14. All right. You push me off.
Just like, as soon as you touch it, you're kind of like pushes you off and put. All right, thank you. That's
Okay.
just not.
Have a good night.
That wasn't an insult. That wasn't an insult. I didn't mean it like that. Just not good with the. I'm gonna go.
It's okay. Have a good night. Read how to play the game.
Right. That was the one. Also, no, there's no reason at all, but maybe read up on the prophecy of the inheritor and the prophecy of innocence. I don't just read up on those. No
Okay.
reason. All right.
I will do this thing.
Darius is gone.
The prophecy of the inheritor. I go into my room, which is like a bunch of like scrap posts and stolen kids things, and you know, there's
things on the end of there.
Just
Very
a
glad.
reminder,
Like-
can Zeraj read?
I can read a little bit
Okay.
as a treat.
Okay, cool. Just wanted to double check.
We
It's Gourd.
established that.
It's Gourd who couldn't
earlier.
read. I was just trying to remember which of my. I just
Which cat couldn't
Wow, are you
read?
mixing up the cats? So racist.
But there are no books here, and I'm just like,
Oh, hold on. Because actually, hold on. Just gonna check this. About 2 hours later, just two pieces of paper like fly in from underneath your door. It's the prophecies there.
oh, perfect.
Yep.
Gift from the gods.
Yeah.
He must know.
Darius is a horrible social individual. He just
Would you?
cannot deal
Does that?
with
Was
people.
that me? Is that a nudge to me for me to also share those with Jubilee?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
No problem.
Yep.
Cool. We'll do so. Okay. But without further ado, I think here's a good time to take our midpoint break. So we'll be back in 10 minutes' time, where we will continue our story and venture deep within the mountain. So see you in a moment. Oh, good day. I'm Martin Sanderson, and I'm the CEO of Avari Military Solutions. We here at Avari know that it doesn't take much to cause problems out on the frontier, whether that be from local pirate raids, neighboring interstellar powers, or even just an unhappy populace with unreasonable demands. Just what is a small to mid-sized regional power to do when faced with these problems? You look to Avari for your solutions. With open-ended contracts, well-trained personnel, state-of-the-art aerospace forces, and competitive rates, we stand ready to help find the right solution to your problem. So if you have a problem, why not call Avari for your solution? Our operators are waiting to take your call, and consultations are free of charge.
Avari Military Solutions, a solution for your problem.
Avari Military Solutions is not licensed to operate within the Kark and Dre Baronies, the Andes Corps, or any Class A combat zones. AMS is a subsidiary of Omni Radiance Holdings, a family company.
When is a story more than a story? When a tale is more than words on paper? When is an ad more than the script it's written on? In the darkest and deepest annals of our own history, worlds of wonder and splendor burst through like a blister made of hope. From the brain that's wrestled and riddled with madness, a radiant pustule. Writing, art, that's storytelling. That is the true lust of life. You too can beautifully indulge in art. Like fans of the greats. Shakespeare, King, Tolkien, Seuss, Mercer. You too can indulge through Twitch Prime. Get extended access to a wealth of knowledge with a simple click, an emotion so small that it could endlessly amount possibilities. Embrace those feelings. Support art. Support the component cast.
Though much is taken, much abides. And though we are not that strength which in old days moved earth and heaven, that which we are, we are. One equal temper of heroic hearts, made weak by time and fate, but strong in will, to strive, to seek, to find, and not to yield.
If we take this job, someone is going to get hurt. Not me, of course. I'm an effing delight. You do what you do, I'll do what I do. I'll keep the red stuff inside of you.
Buddy, we live in Night City. Just breathing can get you killed.
This sort of job? Bullets flying, people dying, gangers riding, corpos trying to take what they don't already own. Doesn't matter. For us, just another day at the office.
When the world seems bleak, you follow your heart. Take that stage without hesitation and give it everything you've got.
There's a lot more to this city than you'd think. You just gotta dive beneath the surface. People like me, we dive into the depths.
engine ignition.
Welcome back, everybody, to the phrase engine ignition.
If you don't know, Mitch counts us down from 10 before we start, and it's very much an NASA countdown.
Yeah. But welcome back. The second half of tonight's podcast. We left off with a slightly awkward conversation being had.
No, it was meant to be very awkward.
Look, I'm underselling it. But unless there's anything anyone wanted to do the night before, outside of Zep making things.
The only thing I would have done is used my 2 spell slots to put 2 charges of shield in my glove.
Sure, you can do that. It'll be the next morning.
No, Ruby was gonna go to Zep that evening.
Oh, okay, no, we can do that.
Figure out what this thing is meant to do exactly.
Sure. Although Zep may be slightly distracted by the fact he's working on something else. But hey, this is Zep.
If I told you this has the potential to prevent a calamitous amount of destruction to the ship.
I would be very interested.
Me too. Please.
What exactly is it you want me to do with this?
The nature of this device is designed to reallocate the energy of my own internal power.
Like a focus?
Focus, perhaps. I like to think of it as a oh shit button.
I find those are usually bigger and more red, but okay.
Those don't fit on my person, and I swear, all that is holy Zeb, if you attach one to my ass, we're going to fight!
Okay, not on the ass. Got it.
The particular individual, Mort, the Magnificent, which I imagine is interesting for tax purposes. So it'd be Magnificent, TM. Apparently he has some sort of unique insights into my condition regarding soul and the other entity that lurks within it. I know not what this entity is, but near as I've been able to hear from his peculiar inferences, should it escape, everybody around me would be in extreme danger, especially if it happened while on the ship. This is designed to help prevent it from happening. Not help prevent it from happening. I want another failsafe. And I trust you as the only one who can use it without their heart getting in the way. If I help you construct a device that can teleport me far away to these coordinates, and she will Mort's coordinates, then if I'm about to detonate, we go here. I go here.
I would like to help you, but teleportation is a little bit beyond my abilities. But if you were to get a scroll of teleport, then I might be able to make something of it. Unless you are able to cast it yourself.
I can't, Soul can. And she's not available right now.
Is this an affliction that would only affect you or her as well?
Probably both.
Well, I can certainly make the framework of the device and then leave the finishing touch for should Soul return.
Yes.
Would this be an extension of this ring, an addition, a modification, or something else entirely?
DM?
Sorry, what was the question?
The band, can it be modified?
All enchanted items can technically be modified if you have the requisite stuff to do so.
Yeah, so we don't have the spellcasting right now, but once we do...
In theory.
Well, yeah.
Because what Zep's proposing is he prepares the framework for when Soul returns, because Soul can cast teleport, Zep can't.
Teleportation circle. She can't cast teleport yet. It's a 7th level spell.
Teleportation circle takes a whole minute to cast.
Yeah.
It's not a reaction. Or can't be even.
I know.
It wouldn't be able to be converted to a reaction either, because that would be the spell teleport, which is 7th level spell.
What I need is contingency, and so don't get that.
Actually, I don't think it is something I can do yet, but I am working already on designs to enable me to store magic within another device. Now, I would not be able to pour everything into this device. I can only just power one of those. But using some of the knowledge I've gained from this, I might be able to retrofit your ring to do something similar, maybe. So at least you will have the teleport circle as a backup, but you would still need to spend the time focusing on it.
Okay. I might be able to pull that off.
Possibly we could create some kind of containment field, so that if the worst were to occur, you would be contained in this while you concentrate on getting away.
That might work. I have a concern that I might hurt a lot of people, and I'm not going to be able to control it.
I commend you taking action on this. Thank you.
Whatever you need from me, I'll provide it when I can.
Okay, so probably not tonight, because I realize Zepp's already doing a lot, but Zepp is going to start working on modifications to the ring, which will allow, hopefully, teleport spell to be cast using it without spell slot. And with some kind of containment like Otterluke's Resilient Sphere, if such a thing still exists.
It does.
Which Zepp can't cast, but we'll need to find a way of doing that.
Find the scroll.
Yeah.
You gotta keep a force if you can mash the two together.
Yeah, and if it can power itself using whatever the explosion is to, power the thing, even better, because then it doesn't need to be an at-will. It could be a contingency.
Yeah. Oh, please don't tell anybody. I want to make Darius more afraid of me even more than the rest of the ship is.
I understand.
Thank you.
I will say you will.
Also, not something Zepp can do yet, but level 11 Zepp will be able to make a spell storing item.
Like my.
I'm not saying that he would use that spell storing item to do this, but he would have knowledge which would allow him to theoretically.
I would say that there's a lot of theory here right now, and without the proper components of spells that you are going to put in, it's going to be very hard to prepare this item to do these things without, knowledge of incantation, understanding of what material components you might need, that kind of thing.
So I would say that top priority is get a scroll of Otterluke's Resilient Sphere, and I would say also of Teleport Circle. So if Sol does not return soon, we can at least be working on this. Get me those two things, and I think we can go from there.
When we come back from this trip, we'll have the money, hopefully from the trades, and we'll be able to purchase them then.
True.
Because Sol blew all our money.
And we reinvested the money for our journey here, so we should be seeing a return soon.
Thanks, Zap. Should give him a hug.
Zap will return it. Your knees are properly hugged.
No, she will get that. She's not bad.
I imagine Zap's probably standing on a chair or something while he's talking to you anyway.
We could get you a miniature Tensor's disc. You mean elevate and raise you?
Oh, you mean like this one? And Zap will pull out basically that, but limited use.
Oh. Never mind, I'm going to go away then. I just said, what be your idea, girl?
It was a good idea, though.
Anyway, we'll fast forward back to the morning, and after a nice hearty breakfast, Procopius comes to the ship and knocks the door. I take it you have guards posted at the
have a watch,
entrance.
yeah.
Yeah.
Rings the doorbell for the ship.
And someone
Bing,
is
bing,
one of the
bing.
crew notifies you that Procopius has arrived.
Oh, we will go downstairs.
Yep. Let's go.
You actually
Upstairs? Top deck?
no, you'd be bottom because drawbridge
Bottom
is down.
deck?
You're landed on
Oh, right.
ground rather than
Yep.
3D plane of existence. He meets you outside. Procopius is in like not vestments, but like a lamia mail armor with like golden robes beneath it and a golden cloak, rather than his more academic robes you've seen before. They've also got a what seems to be like a locally made longsword at their hip.
Are we ready to see your great granddad then?
A few more greats than that, but yes.
Were you hatched from an egg?
I don't think that's. You can just ask that.
Yes, next question.
Sorry.
No, I mean, yes, I was hatched from an egg.
Do you have a horde?
Personally, no, the family does, yes, which is where we're going.
Do you have a layer?
Where I think that's also where we're going, right?
You've technically been in it.
Oh.
Oh.
I studied at the library.
Does it have lair actions?
So your horde is knowledge.
Correct.
Huh.
Knowledge is worth its weight in gold, Darius.
No, of course. It's not, it doesn't weigh anything, though.
No, yes.
Unless it's written down, I guess.
And here we have
books. Books weigh quite a bit.
That's very true. Have you? And have you seen printing costs these days through the roof?
Just realized that
Invest in the Lagrand's Land Kindle.
With this being a draconic-based like nation in terms of like a lot of the ideals and everything, does that mean that banking, like in terms of our understanding of banking, just don't exist? As
their equivalent is keeping it under the couch.
Yes, is that just does your society understand does utilize interest rates or anything that this is for a different
material?
It's for a different.
Strictly barter account. No, we do have
a gold standard.
It's a gold standard. Yes, it's a gold standard here.
All right. Sorry, my brain. That's
Yes. Ruby would have de-attuned to her. Make sure I check my spell. One of her items to attune to the new item.
Valmir, did you ever get your boots of levitation back from the crewmate that was painting the ship?
Not specifically, but I have already got 3 attunement slots taken up. So if you wanted them, you could grab them from him.
I'm too awkward to do that, so I'm gonna go to Darius, who I'm sure is not going to be as awkward because this is his crew member that he gave the boots to, and ask, Darius, can you go get the boots from the guy that can't stop levitating everywhere? I'd like to wear them for this trip.
Oh, yes. Sure. Just goes off and
you retrieve the bright pink boots.
Yells at the crewman to get out from the sky.
Yeah.
Here you go.
Thank you.
Okay. So, you are led towards the mountainous rock that makes up the far side of the city from where you came in. where the many caves into the farming and agricultural sectors start. But instead, you divert off and begin to climb a stone path. Takes you round an outcropping until you are met with a door. Large in stature, circular, heavy carved stone with a large square in the center, which Propius goes up to, draws their sword, and places it within it, turning it, and the door begins to shift open. The rumble of rock and grinding of gears sounds, and the door opens into a passageway fit enough for 2 people shoulder to shoulder, that seems to descend in a spiral pattern down into the deep of the mountain.
How much discomfort is Breton in?
Can somebody please cast Reduce?
I think that's more of a how tall is the hall rather than how wide it is.
It's not. It's probably about 8 foot tall. It's 8 foot tall, 10 foot wide, probably. It's not small. This is draconic culture, you'll see. Like, the average height here is like 6'5".
So this would be an intentionally carved out
yes, it seems
passageway.
to be. At the moment, it seems to be, yes.
Okay.
You know, Zep, I should be much more comfortable through hallways like this.
You're telling me.
Procopius turns to you. Do any of you have trouble seeing in the dark?
Oh, right. She'll tap Breton on the chest plate. Light. Not anymore.
Very well. I shall lead the way, at least to as far as I'm allowed to take you, before the journey you must make on your own.
When you say allowed, like, will you get in trouble for bringing us to this place, or?
No. However, I'm only allowed to travel to the hall of my ancestor so many times in my lifetime. And I am more than sure that you will be able to get there on your own.
Do we need to, like, let him know that you sent us somehow, and do we have a way to prove that?
You've brought an offering, correct?
Is it a collective offering, or is it one each?
Depends on how flattering you're trying to be.
I think we can... Yes.
Then you should be fine.
Just hope he likes it.
Well, follow me then. And you begin to descend the staircase, which it's... As you go down the stairs, there's like this... It's like opalescent mist that clings to the walls. And yeah, it's almost dewy on the walls as well.
The pungent scent of mildew.
I wouldn't say it's a bad smell, it's just kind of like damp. warmer as well. Like, almost that's a reference that no one else will get. Or like maybe two people in here would get, but maybe like sauna like. Not like sauna heat, but like that sort of condensation post sauna.
Is there anything else you want to deal with before we go into this descent with dungeons and dragons?
No? Okay.
Ghibli biting her tongue.
I was just so proud of you.
Okay. After an hour descending the spiral staircase, you are met with a large, open, fairly overgrown hall, carved in a very, for lack of a better term, Greco-Roman style, temple-like, marbled. It's like marbled pillars in the center on a marbled floor, but the rest is rock face and like cavern plant growth on the walls. And they begin to, and Procopius begins to lead you down this hallway. This room is my ancestral burial chamber. Beneath the statues, which as he turns and kind of your eye lines also brought to it of various dragons, and are the ashes of my family. This is our sanctum.
Why does your ancestor, I suppose the answer is the seal, never come out? How does he get fed? Does he exercise? Does he have a... saying guarding the horde and all that, very critical to a dragon's psychology, but to eat?
There's enough creatures that live down here to sustain them. Plus, the horde itself sustains him. And his faith.
Ah, okay. Got that one. Yep, sure. It's very nice. Little. Looks to Zaraj morbid.
It's a tomb, isn't it? Tomb and horde.
That's the joke, Darius. Thank you.
You don't happen. I think I'm picking up on what Ruby is putting down. So I want to ask Procopius, like, you don't happen to bring your ancestor food in the form of people who are coming to meet your ancestor, right?
I mean, piss them off. There's not a non-zero chance that you won't get eaten. A slight smile covers.
When I was a girl, Zaraj, my mother used to tell me a story. That when in the presence of dragons, it is best to be polite and respectful, for you a crunchy and go well with ketchup.
Oh no, not ketchup.
Look. You are about to meet one of the most noble and the most lawful individuals to ever walk this plane. I highly doubt that they're going to eat you for supper.
Okay.
Okay.
The other things
Thank
down
you.
here, though, might. So, we continue.
Wait, what?
But
I told you once
what
you...
else is down here?
I told you once you pass a certain point that the trail does become treacherous. There is a there's a non-zero chance that you may encounter other denizens of the dark. Such as my kind who have gone here alone and become corrupted.
By what?
Is this the only entrance, or are there more?
This is my family's entrance. There are multiple entrances to the mountain.
Well, I thank you for leading us through what is very much a personal space and trusting us with this.
It's also one of the only places that will skip some of the more openly dangerous areas. Now, we must not tally. And he begins to continue to lead you through. And you walk for about 20 minutes down this hallway that's just lined with various statues. They seem to be to scale as well, of dragons.
To scale.
Didn't even mean to. A lot of them have nameplates underneath them in Draconic as well. And eventually you are led to another set of stairs, which go down further.
Do any of these memorials have epitaphs? Like stories of the dragons that are interred there?
Some.
I'm assuming they're all written in Draconic?
Correct, yes.
As we're walking by, Breton will just say out loud to the party, because he can't read Draconic, so he's not going to be useful for this. Anybody who can read these epitaphs, it might be worth your time to keep an eye out for familiar names. Anything that starts with X.
That's a good idea.
It's not really an X in Draconic. That's just their equivalent in pronunciation. It's a misnomer with languages. I'm sorry. What?
Yeah, Breton just looks at Darius like, is that really the most important part of the discussion?
I will keep an eye out.
I'm going to write down the 5 names that we know in Draconic, so he can keep an eye out as well for specifically the, like, what it looks like.
Do you speak Draconic?
I do, yes.
Yeah, because just a reminder with your language thing doesn't mean you can. It doesn't work the other way for you, so I needed to check you.
Yeah,
it's one you actually do read.
Yes.
I would find it remarkable if one of the creatures we're looking for happens to be buried in his crypt.
I'm not talking about being buried here. I'm talking if any of them had an encounter here. If one of these dragons was met their end by one of these dragons long, long ago, it might be worth looking into how, why, when, and where.
Is that common for an epitaph?
There. I just hand you a piece of paper with the names that I've written it in the Fantasy Grounds.
And for those of you who don't read Draconic, you can also see that and try to match the symbol.
Yeah, that's the goal.
Good luck.
That is to say, if this is the same Draconic as it was spoken back when they were buried, this could have been a derivative.
Actually, Draconic is one of the few languages that hasn't changed because they are. It's
because they're all still alive.
Yeah,
they're so long-lived.
I'm assuming that was Claudia being a know-it-all, correcting her brother aloud.
Yeah, specifically though, like it show you the first symbol, the X, I guess. Is that like G with a dot kind of looking thing?
That is assuming that the dragons aren't weird and they don't like start their name in the middle and then write out both ways.
As far as I can tell, that's not happening.
I'm saying, if we're gonna make comments about how culturally things are like not as we understand them, let's just not make assumptions about anything, guys.
I mean,
you read right to left. Right to left,
but we're
bottom
not
to top.
dragons.
I mean, we're in a land where the sun rises in the west and sets in the east, so.
For all we know, all these dragons, they write in a spiral.
Oh yeah, they write like.
I believe that dragons
They
actually
write
write
like
in
Bajorans.
glowing letters that you walk up to, and it goes, huh, huh, huh.
Is it Signs? What's
Wait,
the film
wait,
with the
I know
alien
this-
contact and they have to try and translate it? And it's like the letters
Oh.
appear in the mist in a spiral pan.
Contact.
Contact.
I
Yes.
think.
Sorry, that
I
is
think
contact.
that's what it's
yeah.
called. Yeah.
I digress.
Sign.
Okay.
Signs is
Those of you,
totally
so
different movie.
Signs
Yeah.
is the one with the wheat signs, isn't it? It's the
Yes,
an M. Night-
it's the
that's the
field.
that's
It's
the
M. Night
Shyamalan
Shyamalan
one. Okay, yeah.
Water hurts them,
Water. Yeah. Okay.
Can I check to look
Um,
for that
yes.
kind of
Anyone who would like to, please make an investigation check.
thing? Oh fuck. Well,
Cool.
can I just say that the roll is investigation? That would be a 16.
Rolling like absolute garbage. That's my highest roll yet, a 6.
I gave myself disadvantage and I still got a 15.
15.
11. I'm looking at the moss plants and foliage.
How am I the one that got the highest roll?
Valmir.
Because you were rolling your perception instead of
Right,
your
and
investigation.
I just investigation has got no modifier, so it's 16, not 19.
Yeah, so
Still the
barely.
Well, you see, we roll d20s in this game, and there's a wide margin of failure and success on d20s.
Not for me, it's just all shit.
Ah, there you are. Now you're second. Congratulations.
Yeah, okay.
There you go. You feel better now?
Valmir. You you spot one name in an epitaph where it says Samara, second of her name, lost their life to the betrayer known as Zethacris. We will
Is there
remember
a
them.
date?
We will remember them in their radiance and valor. (287 PS). But after about 20 minutes, you are taken to what seems to be a large golden gate. And Procopius turns. This is where I can go no further.
Then we must go forth alone.
Before you go, they are going to cast Bless on all of you.
That lasts like a minute, so let's see how well that does for us.
Supposed to be expecting an immediate combat.
You walk through the door and it's just an ambush. Surprise!
This will stay with you all the time that you are within the mountain. It is a blessing of my house. You are under our protection. Good luck adventuring.
Thank you for bestowing
bow.
your grace upon us.
I'll bow as well.
I do not need you to please stop. I'm
Nah, just a slight one.
It's
or just like a
It's
thing.
just a little bow. Just take it.
The individual Procopius bows back. I hope you find what knowledge you seek. I will wait
So
here,
do I.
and I will be ready to lead you out when you return.
Is there anything we should ask for you?
No. That would
Do you
be...
want like a souvenir?
Again, please don't take anything from down there. As a reminder. But no, it is up to our family to make our own additions to the hoard, not take from it. He nods and lets you. It sort of takes a key from around their neck, unlocks the golden gate, and slides it to the right. And what you see ahead of you is, like, again, more of this mildewy mist, but it's thicker in the path ahead.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. However this goes, thank you for getting us this far.
How long is this bless lasting? I'm sorry, Midge.
So long as we're in the mountain.
Okay.
Or if Procopius dies. But,
So, is there a way to give everybody bless, I guess?
just remember that you've got a plus 4.
I can apply it to people when we get into combat.
Okay.
But yeah, if it's a skill-based check, just remember you have plus a d4.
Plus doesn't apply skill checks.
Should we perhaps tread lightly and try to be sneaky until we get to the great dragon so that we do not incur the other beasts that are within the mountain?
It might make the trip smoother, but it's hard
I
to
can
say.
cast Powder Trace.
For some reason, I'm getting the sneaking suspicion that everything that is down here might not be what it says. He's warning us about these creatures and the things that might beset us, but these are his kin, corrupted as they may be. How can there be so much corruption in a place that you call your personal home? I'm wondering if this is not a white lie that is sent to test us to see if we are even worthy of meeting with this dragon.
Well, to be fair, most everyone else's family that I have met kind of all is like this too. It's very not good. Maybe this is
You're
just
right. Doesn't mean there's not credit to what I'm saying. Either way.
Not wrong.
Well, I'll cast Pass Without a Trace, and if we would like to go stealthy, we can go stealthy, plus 10.
Sure. We'll Pink Panther our way up this mountain. Why not? Da-dum.
33!
Da-dum. Oh, I had a natural 20 in there. 24.
So it's actually 43 if you add Pass Without a Trace.
Holy shit! Holy shit!
Plus 10. Right?
I think you may have just exceeded Zep with that.
Plus 10 for pass without a trace.
Yeah.
If I got a 20, I would have broken a 30.
43.
20.
Jesus, Darius, you're stealthy. Oh, right. You also put in the plus 10 for pass without trace. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't.
I think I actually roll at disadvantage.
I did it anyway.
I just saw the plus 10. Like, see, that's right.
Bearing in mind that currently Breton is also lit.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess this might help.
Holy
It only lasts
shit,
for a few minutes.
43?
Yeah, that's gonna throw off your average a little bit.
Nat 20.
Okay.
And plus 10 Pass Without a Trace.
What's Zedaar?
You guys don't even remember.
From time and space.
Zedaar, you sneak into the Hall of Mirrors and are faced by the king that never was themselves.
Like, there's an awkward 14 and a 19, but like other than those two, everybody broke 20.
Okay. Okay, unseen.
I think you just
stealthily you begin to descend into the mist. In fact, Zaraj is so quiet down here, and her padded feet, just mute to the echoing cavernous halls. So much that in this mist, as it thickens, you actually lose Zaraj a couple of times, and you just hear her return behind you like, "Hey, this way."
She's so quiet because she's levitating over the rock.
Quite possibly. But you descend for some time. At one point, the cavern opens up, and you hear, but manage to move under. And as you look up to where the noise is coming from, you see this garbled, dragonic creature with blind eyes, like holding on to the roof of the cavern. It's like smelling the room.
It look like it's like in pain and blind and crowded, or just like
looks
does
like
it look like it
it's-
needs to be put out of its suffering?
It looks like it's been down here for so long it may have gone blind.
So we have Underdark.
It has not
elves,
discovered
and now we
you.
have Underdark. So we got Underdark every creature now. Drow, Durgar, and now whatever this is.
Would the location we're in be classed as a dungeon?
Depends on what your depiction of a dungeon is.
What's your definition of a
What's
dungeon?
your definition of a dungeon, Dungeon Master?
As your game master, or as your chronicler, I do not take to that term. But mayhaps this may. Why? Are you looking to make a Dungeons and Dragons pun? Because that's already been done, like 10 minutes ago.
John and Dragons.
Look, puns are so bad that it doesn't matter when you do them.
Look, currently this
They're
thing
always
hasn't
gonna be
seen you.
equally
Don't
bad.
make me change that.
Well,
It's blind. How is it ever going to see us?
do we want to sneak past it, or do
Dude,
we want to
blind
kill
sight,
this thing?
blind sight,
Because
tremor sense. What do you want to go? What do you want to go?
we could get definitely past it. Don't know if this is like a test.
I love this thing from blind sight to true sight. I'll do it. Don't make me.
I'll turn this dragon around. I'm doing this in hand signals. We're talking in hand signals. Can anyone speak
Raj,
hand
what are you
signals?
doing?
This thing
All
is
right.
just on the roof.
How many?
We go.
How far away
We go.
is it from us, actually?
It's probably like 80 feet up.
So am I the only one who can see it?
We hear it, right?
You definitely hear it, and possibly it's not
Well, it's
completely.
dark,
It's
right?
not pitch black in here.
Okay.
Well, Breton's giving off light too.
That and also
60
the ethereal mist has like a little bit of a dim shimmer to it.
Like
Yeah, I think
like
speaking
glitter
earlier,
floating in the air.
considering Breton is giving off light, is he just completely incapable of height? Oh, actually, no, this thing's blind, so light doesn't matter to it. Fair enough. Never mind.
Yeah. That's why I'm saying we could probably see it, but it being blind, it doesn't matter. We'd have to just remain quiet.
Or smell us. So that's why.
Hold up. As a fair point to that, this thing's not relying on sight to see us, right? So is hiding ourselves in shadow pointless to this thing? Because
But it
it's not relying on
hasn't
sight
smelled
to
us.
see
It hasn't smelled us
Well,
yet.
Well, are you talking about just the length or the mechanics of?
I'm saying, functionally speaking, if it doesn't need to rely on sight to see us, does that mean the +10 bonus from Pass Without Trace doesn't technically apply?
Well, it covers up our sound and stuff too.
It does.
Okay.
I believe so, right?
Yeah,
No,
stealth
it
is
says
stealth.
that.
Breakfast.
Yeah, stealth is stealth. Even if it has tremor sense and you've got passive detection or passive stealth, or your stealth is higher than its passive perception, still can't sense you.
Even without it, Zedaar still rolled into the 30s, which is really offsetting the balance here.
43?
I know, I'm saying without, if we're including without pass without a trace. And so, yeah.
Yeah, there's...
You also notice that there is, like, a spittle. Coming from its mouth that's dripping onto the floor of the cavern.
And did we get an exact read on what kind of creature this was?
Draconic looking. Clouded eyes. Scales. It doesn't look very scaled. Almost like you're looking at the skin under scales.
Oh, so like the soft skin?
Chicken.
Like a plucked bird. Yeah. Looks bony and wiry and like...
you can... lizard that just started skin.
Almost like as well, like if you look at its skin, it's kind of translucent a little bit. Almost so that you can see like blood veins and like throbbing through it.
Can I roll a nature check to see like is this creature suffering? Like is it...
Sure.
Like not sickly. I know it's corrupted, but like I rolled a nat 1, so that's a 10. That's right. I'm just sneaky.
Straight up loving life.
What's the spittle doing as it hits the ground?
Pooling.
Okay, so it's not. There's no reactivity.
Unless you want to go over and investigate it.
I'll take a moment.
We need to move on. The longer we spend here, the more we risk the chance of this creature finding us.
Let's take the win. Let's take the win.
Very well.
So you begin to cross the cavern?
I believe that's the consensus.
Sure. You get about halfway through.
No.
The thick mist obscured it at first, but you notice that the path ends. You see where you've got to go. The path continues, but obfuscated by the mist is what seems to be a large pit where the chamber has fallen through.
I essentially have spider climb innately. Would I be able to navigate to kind of like scout out the area, scout out the pit a little bit, and see if there's a traversable route for the rest of the party?
Where are you looking to go? Up the wall and over?
Well, I guess I'll kind of point to the party and I'll gesture. Should I go up and over, or should I go down and around, kind of thing? Should I check out the pit, or should I just get to the other side?
My vote is the pit, because the closer you get to the dragon. What if we try to befriend the dragon and have him fly us over?
Nah.
No.
All right. I think I've seen a couple votes for going down in the pit, so I'll start kind of circling my way down, I guess, or walking down the wall.
Braun will accompany you with Zep, putting on his seatbelt, because Braun can do it too.
Yeah.
How far is it across the pit?
50 feet. You begin to progress down. How long are you going to climb for?
Well, you said it's about 50 feet down?
No, across.
Oh, 50 feet across. How far down does it go?
That's what I'm asking you. How far do you want to climb? For how long do you want to climb?
I'd say maybe a couple rounds of And
okay,
like, don't want to get too far away from the party.
So
don't want to have to shout back, kind of thing. So
Does this thing look like functionally like bottomless pit?
from where you were, yeah.
Can you just explain how this looks again? So we have the path-ending pit path.
Yep. Cavernous chamber above with a blind dragon hanging from the ceiling above.
Is his spittle going into the pit?
No, next to it. It's kind of, you walked around it on the path that you were going. He's not directly above the cavern. He's directly above the sort of platformed side that you're on.
Don't think there's any way of us getting down into the cavern and then getting back up. Like, if I can't see the bottom of this thing, it's...
After probably 2 rounds or so, Braun will tap James on the shoulder and Zep will point back up again. And then when they're up, Zep has a way across.
Give me a quick perception check when you're down there.
Both of us or just one of us?
All 3.
All 3.
Perception. Does light make it down here?
Yes, because the hazy mist is giving off light, so it's still visible for quite a
natural
spot.
20.
James,
for a straight 20.
There
So,
you see in the mist below, it like continues in layers, the reflection of eyes.
Yep. I'm gonna look at you. I'm gonna look down. I'm gonna look at you. I'm gonna let's go.
Okay.
Then, when we get to the top, how do I get across though?
Up and over.
No, because
you have to get the rest of everybody else over.
Zep is going to dig into his backpack, pull out his platform that he has that folds up, unfold it, put his levitation device underneath it, light it up, and then we have a levitating platform that's 10 by 10. And then Zep's going to get his grappling hook that he's got on his gauntlet, shoot that across, and hopefully it's long enough to reach the other side.
Sure. Give me a ranged attack. What are you aiming to grapple?
That's before you shoot, James is going to stop you. That's going to make a lot of noise.
That's.
Do we have enough rope to go up and carry it across, and then me, you, and Braun can go across and pull it?
If we have a way across, yes.
Yes, we can go up and over, correct? Like, we could navigate around that dragon that's on the ceiling to get up and over?
Getting very close to it, though.
Because, I mean, we can technically go, like, stay on the plane we're on, but go on the wall and just walk across the wall to 50 feet, right?
Be a bit more than 50
feet.
You wouldn't have to go all the way up. It could be done, you think, but it's... So
trying to take the path is going to avoid the dragon.
So from what you can see is like this opening is like the hatch in a like. So this crack is almost a ravine, and this is like an enetchment in the ravine. So it half circles in. So you could go down for a ways, but you don't know how long that way you've got to go.
Gotcha. So it's not just a direct connect on
have
the
you,
wall.
Have you seen the leap of faith in the Last Crusade of Indiana Jones?
Gotcha.
I don't think I'm going to do that leap of faith, though. I mean, don't have much faith.
Except, there isn't an invisible stone surface that's reflecting the light. That's
natural. Remember, Jehovah begins with an I.
Bahamut begins with a B. In the Draconic, what does Bahamut begin with?
We shall see.
Does anybody know how to create a silent area using arcane means that we can shoot this rope and arrow into?
I can basically teleport over there.
There you go. You also have boots of levitation, so you could just not make a sound as you go.
No, levitate doesn't work that way. Levitate's literally up and down. You need a force of momentum to go.
That's the push.
Yeah.
But so if you push me out 20 feet, then I misty step. I can run and jump, go 20 feet with the levitation, and then misty step across, holding one end of the rope. I get over there, I hold it, you guys, somebody else holds on the other side, and then you just pull yourself across on the floating platform.
We have a very strong individual here who could probably just shove you all the way across if you're light as a feather.
Quick, Zeb, figure out how many newtons we have to impart upon Zedaar.
But that break my neck. What if he breaks my neck?
Breton and Braun, I imagine they can fireman toss you across.
Zedaar
Duck and roll.
Okay. Alright. I'm doing it. I got the boots ready.
Guys.
Breton has just been watching this drag. Actually, he's watching the direction of the dragon the entire time.
It's now started moving to where it feels sound vibrating. It's not as the discussion takes place. And then the drips of spittle just begin to land at your feet, Breton.
Zedaar is levitating, ready to be tossed. Last.
Whoever's closest to her, push her, I guess, or throw her.
Zep will give you a rope and tie the other to the platform.
I tie it to myself, and then my plan is as soon as I'm tossed as far as, like, when I feel my momentum from the start slowing down, I'd like to misty step to the other side.
Who's doing it? Who has the best strength?
Breton will just kind of...
As a... Wait. Zedaar, how do you cast Misty Step?
I will say, I know this off the top of my head, Misty Step is one of the few spells that I believe is somatic only.
I think it's verbal only.
Is it verbal only? God,
It's
Yes.
verbal only, dude.
But
Can
the
I
question
whisper
is-
it really quietly to myself with a 43 stealth?
The question is, will it be like, if it's blind, then that means it's going to the source of the sound. Misty Step means you teleport immediately after making that sound. So is it just going to jump into
the cliff, into the
rope
pit?
Wait, what happens to the rope when you misty step?
You're carrying, it goes with you.
Yeah, it comes with me.
Right, but the other half is still
Isn't being
overheated.
carried.
Yeah, but I'm carrying one piece of rope, right? The other 50 feet are coiled up back here. I misty step, and I carry with me the piece that I am carrying. It's not gonna chop it off.
It's physics
Right,
and
it would
magic.
chop
It's
it.
physics and magic. they just go with the item they're carrying.
Yes, it's where the reality is in part. Okay. Well, no, I think technically because Misty Step takes you in and out of the ethereal plane, and the rope still exists in the ethereal plane as well, so that's, yeah, it'll be fine.
And if
Also,
not,
I-
mage hand the rope over.
I hate to point this out, but the levitate spell is also verbal, and I've already cast it.
Yeah, what do you think it moved?
That's why I moved. I have a +8 to athletics, if that's the check we gotta make. I don't know if anybody else
Yeah,
can do
well,
anything better.
Breton and Braun were the two that I suggested during our discussion.
And can I make another stealth check to try to very quietly, like, muffle, like, I say it into my hood, like, Misty Step, or whatever I need to say.
Well, we have to get there first. We don't even know how far you get. nobody's
nobody's thrown you yet.
So who's?
I think it's definitely Breton, though. Like, I don't know if
Breton's
it's
got a
athletics or just,
20 strength, right?
Stand in front of you with my arms up like a toddler.
Because I have an 18 strength. If
Puppies.
Braun's got a 20 strength,
No, Breton will be the best at this, because I imagine this is going to be an athletics check.
because I got a +8.
And
to
Breton
athletics.
is, for what it's matter, Breton is also considered a large creature for what he can push, drag, and presumably throw.
Yep.
That'll do it.
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
He does. He does that.
That's why
He does.
So.
Unless it's
I guess
considered an attack.
Anyone
'cause if
who's
it's a
keeping
ranged
an eye on
attack-
the dragon, please roll me a perception check.
He's been doing it this whole time, just kind of batting it. But
I know,
yeah,
yeah.
I imagine this is about to be. You'll have to toss me, just straight out of the
I'm
2000.
saying, if it's an attack, then Dars can add a +10 to this to this roll.
It will be a check. Don't forget, guys, you are blessed right now as well.
So that's another thing. So who's volunteering it? Who's doing it?
But let me just do this bit of description for all those people that have been to session. You now notice that the dragon is hanging from the ceiling by its tail, which has formed like a suction to the ceiling.
No, don't like it.
Like a gecko.
Suction.
Like suction cupped its tail to the ceiling, and it's just like dangling there. You see it like claws tucked in, wings tucked in, mouth down and open, just dripping the bile like, and in between that just going.
Is where the drips are hitting the ground bubbling or hissing?
No, but you see that it's like now, especially now it's closer to you, the drips are like, and then there's like a definite like ripple of sound wave in them.
He's using it for echolocation.
Can I use minor illusion to create a sound 30 feet away in like an opposite direction? Like, I'm preparing this, I'm not doing it now. For if, like, I'm keeping my eye on it, and if it starts coming towards us, I'm gonna make this minor illusion sound.
Does it take verbal to cast minor illusion?
No, thematic and material.
I feel like I'd ask that question at this forethought just to make sure.
Over 30 feet away from us, like behind us or something.
So, not to be that person, but Ruby is gonna watch this whole diatribe go back and forth. She'll just walk up to Zedaar and tap her on the shoulder and subtly cast Fly.
Is it silent?
Subtle.
Subtle cast.
Yeah. I'm ducking and weaving, all the spittles
Not
to
really
the end. And I is there anything on the other side of the pit that I can tie the rope to?
Another dragon.
Well, as you cross
I,
the
as a
pit.
player,
Wait.
So I was just sitting there like, I'm just waiting for Ruby to realize she could literally just cast Fly and end this entire
I figured out what I'd like to do.
Like,
I point to.
Even better, you don't have to cast it on Zedaar. If you cast it on Breton, I can just ferry people across, back and forth, back and forth.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Or just
You don't
yeah,
even have
on one.
to twin it.
We can do that then. Yeah.
Okay. Breton can begin to ferry people across. Zedaar is still levitating, therefore.
I will give Breton the rope that the platform is tied to and just gesture everyone to get on the platform, and then he can just pull the platform across.
Yeah.
Since you already casted levitate on it.
Okay.
Josh don't have the boots of levitation.
I have levitation. Yeah, I'm just gonna. I'm gonna.
Yeah,
I'm
saying,
gonna
like,
tow.
you didn't need to cast a spell
I'm
for that.
hitching a ride, but
On the
Zeb did it
platform
on the platform.
that we were all gonna stand on to get pulled across by rope. Zedaar was gonna.
we might actually be able to do it all in one trip because the thing carries 500. You can carry some stuff. I'm free weight. I don't cost anything because I'm levitating myself, and I don't know how much everybody weighs.
Okay. You begin
Breton
to
will,
ferry across.
Rope around his stomach, one person under each arm if needed, and the rest of the people on the floating disc, and we can get everybody across this.
And you do. As you do, you hear a small telepathic chime. Boom. Well done. You may continue.
Breton doesn't say anything, but there's just this look down at Zedaar, and it's just a mouth thing. I knew it was a test. I told you.
Did he say that in like
Everyone heard that, yeah.
Okay.
Wait, was the test that we all had to cross at the same time? I wonder.
Probably without having to kill that thing.
Or just survive through this room and this pit.
Well, let's continue then.
Good work, everybody. Let's get the hell out of here.
Onwards.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
In the future, we should probably test if there's a anti-magic field over bottomless that goes down to the literal center of the earth before we just start bringing literally the entire party using magical means over it. But Zaraj isn't smart enough to say that, so she just gives Breton a thumbs up.
Oh no, we would have known that. We wouldn't have Zep anymore, but we would have known that. All right, I'm going to walk over.
Yep. Yeah, you wouldn't have had Zep anymore. I would, if that was the case.
A small price to pay.
Aww, because he's a widow
why
guy.
just Zep? Would
That
be
wasn't
James
actually
too.
the intention.
It would be
of
Zep.
James.
Oh, I was an 8.
Yeah, his is an 8. I don't think his is a magical ability.
His is
From the
Boots
damn
of spider climb.
I guess it depends
yes,
on how the DM interprets things.
I'll.
no, his is
Zep's levit-
natural.
Yes.
Zep's levitate's technically an 8 because his feet granted.
Yeah.
So you'd
Yeah,
be able to.
true.
It's based off of a spell, though.
It would have just been
No,
Breton
it's-
carrying everyone just...
His is mechanical, so it's like, it would have been okay. Braun might have had an issue though, since, right? But anyway.
His heart just stops.
Oh god,
What
did
happens
it
on the other
go
side?
straight to that? You open up into a hallway littered with gemstones, which also begin to glow slightly. And if any of you are wearing gemstones that aren't magically powered already, they also begin to glow as you progress down this corridor.
Very cool.
Yeah, I'd imagine Ruby's gem of seeing starts to glow then.
No. But if you're just wearing jewelry that's got gems in it, it will
She's
glow
got a
slightly.
few.
Breton is going to. This is going to bother him. He's going to take off the platinum band that has the ruby set in it, and he's going to tuck it away in a belt pouch.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you have the thing that Zaraj was making, or not Zaraj? Zedaar was making? Do we still have that
I
with
do
all
not.
the
That was given
crystals?
to Valmir.
Yeah.
So wouldn't those all be glowing too?
The bracer of dragon thing, right? Hang on, let me look.
Because the bracer of crystalline dragon.
That's the one. So is the topaz of Xenopharius, is that like glowing as well?
No.
Okay, so it is slightly magical.
We did it. Well, no, we also established it wasn't true crystal. It wasn't a true gem.
Right.
What do we think this means?
I have no idea.
I think this is... If that was a test, this could be a test, and this test is temptation. I look at Zaraj. And then I look at Claudia.
Hey now.
Let's... Fingers in
You would-
pockets. Your own
Really
pockets.
warned not to touch anything.
Give me 10 minutes. I'm going to turn on my detect magic device. Start fiddling with the knobs and things.
Okay.
And then basically just use it to scan the way ahead.
Okay. No worries. You progress on. It seems like this is, whilst magical, an innate aura of sorts as you progress closer to your goal.
This seems almost natural to the terrain. It is not a specific effect. Even the ground radiates with this a little.
Okay. You progress through. And again, you travel for about 20 minutes down a crystal-lined path.
after 10 minutes, I recast Detect Magic.
Before you open into another room. In that room, the rules are squared off. Still, they've got like gemstones within them. So you do still see the glistenings of light in the floor and the walls and the ceiling, but it's more singular. And there's 2 braziers lit with a golden flame. Each one flanking seems to be a mirror.
Are these mirrors?
Oh, just one
like,
single mirror
locked
in the center of the 2 braziers.
Is
Up
it
on a slight
flat,
pedestal.
concave, convex?
It's, you go up to it.
Sure.
Okay. Almir, as you progress towards the mirror, you feel drawn to it. Its mirror sheen is weird. You don't actually see a full reflection in it. As you're pulled towards it, please make a wisdom saving throw.
Ah, shit.
You do have bless, remember?
Alright, yeah. Can we get that applied so it's I don't have to keep adding?
Here, give me a second.
Shaw's.
Are we all on the combat tracker
You-
still? 'Cause you might
Yeah, I
do
just
the-
need to.
Everyone should be on the combat tracker.
Yeah, we are.
I just need
Yeah,
to
I-
find a way to be able to target people. I'll try to figure out how to do that on the tracker.
Control click, I believe.
There we go. Yep.
Yeah. Actually, a button that you could just press to target everybody.
Also, I noticed a lot of people haven't put on their temporary hit points.
Oh, that's actually right. What was the temporary HP we got?
5? 4 or 5? I don't remember.
Ruby.
I added mine.
How much temp HP does it give us? 4?
4.
4.
Oops.
I got an 11 for my wisdom save.
Okay.
Hang on, Flash of Genius, 16.
Okay, still.
Was this ever possible for me to pass, by the way, just out of straight up curiosity?
Suddenly, the face of your
Doesn't answer.
grandfather appears in the mirror and just screams at you, a blood-curdling scream. And you are frightened and you run away from the mirror.
Don't go, the mirror bad, run away.
Is he like fleeing the chamber, or is he just running back to the party?
Running back to the party, not looking at... He can't look at the mirror right now.
Oh, okay. If he's fleeing the room, Breton's gonna grab him and like hold him still so he doesn't run away. But if he's just running back to us, that's fine.
Using his reaction, can I use Artificer Lore to try and work out what this is?
You can give it a go.
What is with my rolls today? 18.
Wow, Zeb, you're having a rough day.
The highest I've rolled is a 7.
You
Let's
assume...
point out, what is with my rolls
Using
today? That's an 18.
Using the contextual knowledge... That's very true. Using the contextual knowledge of the telepathic message you received before, plus what you've already gone through, is this is the next challenge. What this challenge actually is, however, is there is a magical mirror in front that seems to have just scared the shit out of Valmir. You are also frightened, by the way, Valmir.
Once he goes back to the group, his frightened is suppressed.
Yes, it is. Because of Breton.
Judging by Valmir's reaction, I surmise that this is our next test.
Test I ain't gonna pass.
Breton just gonna look this up. Why don't I take this one? And Breton will just look around at the group. Should be fine. And Breton's gonna make his way up to the mirror.
Sure. Breton. As you progress towards the mirror, a new image confers itself on you. It is an image of Ruby. Her face pale, covered in scars. Looking like she's visiting you from beyond. And then she just screams and screams. You're immune to frightening, aren't you?
Yes.
Then she just screams at you and screams at you.
But for me, it was Tuesday.
I imagine Breton just stares there for a second, just listening to the scream, and he's just gonna softly mumble.
Yeah. No one else can hear the screaming, by the way. You just see Breton looking at a mirror.
If you're trying to scare me, you should try something that I haven't already lived through.
Okay, Breton, what are you doing?
He's just going to... Is there any writing on the exterior of the mirror or anything?
What languages do you speak?
I don't speak Draconic. If it's in Draconic, I'll say that.
Then you see Draconic text.
Good.
And Celestial text, actually. If you speak Celestial.
I don't speak Celestial either. Fuck.
Then you are just being screamed at by the mirror.
He'll sit there and watch it for a second and say, "There's some writing on the edges of the mirror. I can't quite make it out. Looks like Draconic, Celestial. Somebody else wants to come up and read it. It seems fine. Just ignore the screaming."
Can I walk up to the mirror with my eyes closed and touch it?
Yeah.
Does anything happen?
Make a wisdom saving throw.
With my eyes closed?
Yeah.
Okay. I actually have disadvantage on this because of one of my mutagens right now.
Is he within 10 feet of Breton?
Yeah, if he's touching the mirror,
But he's
then...
also immune to being frightened.
Okay, then...
Because the aura of courage makes anyone within 10 feet of him immune to frightened.
James, then you see... You suddenly hear screaming in your head, and you instinctively open your eyes to see... James, what's your worst fear?
Becoming a full vampire.
Basically, I mean...
Yeah, giving in.
Yeah, really.
You see a woman screaming at you, but the thing that's catching your eye more is not the screaming woman, but the image of yourself, eyes fully red behind her. But there's a calming presence about Breton that seems to be overpowering the magic of the mirror.
And touching it does nothing.
Touching it does nothing.
Okay.
Do you speak Draconic or Celestial?
I don't believe so. Go check.
So the whole reason he invited somebody up to read the mirror is like, I'm just gonna go up anyways. It's like, okay, it's fine.
No, I was doing my own thought experiment.
Zep will also approach casting heroism on himself, riding on Braun.
I'll step
back. Into fear.
Okay. Cool.
So Zep will take a little sip of a little flask he keeps tucked in his inner coat. Always gets me.
Special brandy. It's the special brandy. Sure.
It's that dwarven stuff.
I think there's no whiskey. One of the specials that I kept.
Yes, exactly. It's your own plan.
I can read Draconic.
Okay. In Draconic, it says, to overcome fear, you must become it.
To overcome fear, you must become it.
Do you read that out loud?
Yeah.
I'm gonna turn to the mirror and cast fear on it.
Doesn't do anything.
Mirror sees a hammer.
That was a good effort. That's a good effort.
It's fair. And an animal.
Very
okay.
literal.
I mean, if it was a creature, yeah, you'd be able to cast
Right.
fear on it.
Fear is just 30-foot cone, so anyone that is outside of Breton's range between me and the mirror is like afraid of me, I guess.
I don't think you would have gotten anyone.
Yeah, I don't think so. Yep, no, that's me. I'll have ideas.
Can you repeat what that says?
You said you read it out loud.
To overcome fear, you must become it.
What about the Celestial?
Has anyone
Don't
read
read that.
Has anyone gone read that yet?
I'm gonna go up and like shielding myself from the mirror with like the fucking wide ass shoulders of Breton until I get near him.
Once you get close to Breton, the fear subsides.
Then I'm gonna read the Celestial.
You're gonna read the Celestial?
Yes.
It says the same thing.
It says the same thing. As the draconic, the fear become that, yeah.
How big is this text engraving?
Like, top of the mirror, bottom of the mirror.
Okay.
The thing that bothers me most is this is terrible advice. You don't beat fear by becoming fear, you beat fear by overcoming it. Like, you've learned that this is a bit of a trope, but the only thing to fear is fear itself, not the item in question.
It's a lot to fear other than just fear.
I will say at this point, all of you could have come up to the mirror and be by Breton's side.
Can I scream at the mirror?
Yes, you may.
I'm gonna scream at the mirror, just the way that,
Sure.
you know, it was
Scream,
screaming at me.
scream at the mirror then.
My son is asleep.
Yeah, fair. Valmir screams at the mirror, and all of you see Valmir disappear.
Oh shit!
We all start screaming at the mirror.
All right. Yeah.
Holds Darius's hand, and I scream at the mirror.
Darius, Zedaar just disappears from your hand.
Okay. I can't.
You scream at the mirror. You also you disappear from those around you.
Braun, you had better go first.
What does Braun sound like?
Beep
beep beep beep beep beep beep beep beep beep beep beep.
It's a dial tone that builds up to dial up tone.
No! Braun goes through. Zep, you clump to the floor when Braun disappears.
Okay, I was afraid that because he does not necessarily feel those emotions, he would not be able to go through. Ah!
You go through.
I'm going to remain here last, just to make sure everyone gets through and nobody gets scared off.
Ruby is curious what she sees.
Is Ruby going through?
No.
She wants to know what she sees in the mirror.
Oh.
I think it's Breton, Ruby, and James on the other side right now.
Okay.
Sure.
Sure.
Oh no, sorry.
Ruby, are you progressing to the mirror? Are you?
Yes. She's the last. I guess she's the last one to go up to it.
Sure. Ruby, you see yourself completely immolating in fire, screaming at you.
I hate spiders. She'll go through.
What does Zedaar see? Does she tell us?
What do I see?
What do your elf eyes see?
Zedaar, what do you see?
I like that the players are asking the DM this question when the players have a better understanding of what their deepest fear is.
I want to know what Mitch thinks.
You're asking for the DM's interpretation of what your character's greatest fear is, which is not how the mirror works, I'll point out.
Yeah, it's not how the mirror works, but
Zedaar is most afraid of the consequences of her own actions.
Yeah, it's just the consequences of your actions. No, it would be.
It's a picture of her getting thrown off the ship
No.
by one of the people, like a cat being put out at night that's misbehaving.
This is what I'm going to suggest. Zedaar sees, and she can yay or nay this. But
I got one too.
Zedaar sees Gourd.
That's
Entwined in overgrowth.
No.
With a vine slowly closing around his neck as he screams.
Oh gosh, dang it! That's exactly what I was thinking too.
Not gonna
Or
lie, man.
being split into firewood and burned.
For a brief second, I thought you said you see Gourd stuck up a tree.
Someone call the fire department, dude. Oh.
Really a cat's worst nightmare, and a cat's worst nightmare of another cat.
I don't want to think about Gourd being a tree forever.
I'm sorry. Okay then.
Cats and trees. Cats.
As you all scream and go through, you look behind you and you see like a mirror, like, but you can see through into the previous chamber. And you are now in another hallway. This hallway is still marked with gemstones. And as you all progress through, boom, we've completed another challenge.
And can we respond to that voice mentally? Like,
you can try.
I'm just gonna think. Thank you.
yeah.
You don't get a response.
Okay.
How about a clue next time?
We got a clue.
I feel like the clue was
No, I'll
written
say
on
that
the
in my
mirror.
head back to the thing.
No.
Breton will take his ring out and put it back on, realizing that doesn't seem like this room poses much danger to it. In fact, looking around this room, is there a lot of different types of crystals, gems, or multitudes of things? Is there anything that bears a resemblance to the ruby that Breton has on his ring? Or even, hell, the brooch on his shoulder that I realized that I also did not take off and would probably be glowing here.
You look around for a bit. I'd say yes.
If Breton just makes his way up to it and says, I'm curious, and I know this is terribly out of character, but he's just going to reach up and, like, touch it.
Feels like
Does
a
anything
crystal.
happen?
Nothing happens.
If he, like, just kind of, like, takes, not, like, a lot, but, like, just the tip of it in, maybe, like, an inch of it, and just tries to snap it off.
Give me a strength check.
Strength or athletics?
Athletics.
See, I was looking at Zaraj and
15.
Claudia. Wrong person.
It doesn't budge. It feels like it's natural cavernous growth.
Sure. I'll leave it be.
This room also seems... Sorry, this hallway seems to... descend further. It's like it's very much that was like almost a progressive plane. You're going down another couple of levels. It feels like now. And how are you progressing? What is
Very
your
carefully.
marching order?
Really good question.
I'll be up front. I'm not a fan of sticking around the mirror part.
Mm-hmm.
Got a bit of adrenaline after being scared shitless.
Mm-hmm.
Breton, being a light source, I imagine, is in the middle of the group.
Yeah, Ruby be towards the back.
Same.
Okay.
I think Zep would be near the front.
Area somewhere in the middle with Claudia.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm behind Darius and Claudia.
As far as Darius didn't want to see what he was afraid of.
Oh, he probably did, but he's not sharing that with anybody.
Yeah, Darius knows what he's afraid of. He just need to ask.
It's his family crest.
It's just a room full of people he has to speak to.
All wanting to hug him.
Yeah, it's a council. It's a group counseling session.
It's a birthday
It's an
party.
intervention.
I could probably ballpark Darius's worst fear, but that's for another time.
Social activity! A slightly awkward conversation.
You progress down for another hour. You are met by another large open space. It just seems empty at first.
Can I cast my
There's no obvious exit either.
detect
Except for the way we came in.
Detect portal?
Yes.
Bless you.
I can't link into chat anymore. Am I doing it wrong?
Drag and drop.
Dragged
Yeah,
by
I'm
the dragon.
dragging.
Dragged by the dragon.
Yep, dragging it by the dragon and putting it in the thing. Oh, it just worked. Sorry, I've been putting it in the chat window like a Uber.
There you go, you goober. Sure. There is no portal within 1 mile of you. But just at the edge of a mile, perhaps. Wherever you suppose the mirror might be.
I have a pair of glasses I can wear that will allow me to see what is not really here, or what is really here but is hidden.
Sounds like it might be necessary.
I will cast See Invisibility on myself.
Sure. You don't see anything.
This room is empty.
But what you all do feel is the room starts to rumble. And suddenly, out of the ground, on the far wall, a large wave of water begins to form.
Huh.
We just came out of the fear room.
Yeah.
The fear room is that way. It's not here.
Tell me
I
you're
just switched
speaking
out
true.
water breathing. Last night I switched out water breathing.
I've still got a potion of it, and also the cloak that I can breathe underwater. But that don't fucking matter. I don't want to be in the water.
The wave continues to rise up the cavern side.
Is it like as high? Like how high is the ceiling here? And is the water
You're probably
hitting
in about a
like-
100-foot tall room. And it's not hitting the ceiling yet, but it's heading that way.
Are there any holes in the ceiling?
Doesn't seem so.
There's no exits
There is the...
that we were able to see.
None that you were able to see. There's the door behind you.
Going into the water.
You're going to go into the water?
Yes.
Okay. The water begins. You begin to walk towards the water, and the water begins to crash towards you now. The wave coming towards you. Is anybody doing anything?
How big is the entrance?
The entrance that you came in? 10 foot by 10 foot?
Put the levitation platform in the entrance, block it.
That's our escape.
Yeah, with us behind it.
I like this plan.
Okay.
This would at least give us some time.
So you're running to the doorway.
And James is going for a swim.
Okay.
Two opposite directions.
Who's going where in the group? Who's going where in the group? I need to know.
Breton is looking back and forth as he's trying to make a decision, and I imagine precaution and protection wins out over the end. Is he's basically just going to try and scoop Ruby up and take off towards the entrance.
Okay.
Just above the entrance.
Yeah.
James, wrong way. Let's go.
Training kicks in. If you're fighting him, you're fighting him.
So just verbalize who's going to the entrance, who's not.
Entrance.
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 Sorry, James. Knock twice if it's you.
Okay. So all of you rush to all of you bar James. I'll come back to you in a moment. Rush towards the entrance. Zep, you're going to cover it up, yep?
Yep.
And as you see the water goes, you see James's form get absorbed into the water, and the wave just keeps coming. It just breaks into him, and you see the water then crash against the levitation thing, and you just feel it shake against the water. James.
Just I'm dropping something in chat.
Mm-hmm. James, you are in a palace-like room. And you hear a boom. You've completed the third challenge.
Ah, shit.
Well, where's my bath then? I was hoping to go for a swim.
Nice. Good about that.
You know, in some way, I do feel bad that we left James to die in that room. Or on death.
The
He
rest
chose
of,
his fate.
After a while, the water stops hitting against the levitation platform, and you move it. I take it.
So as
Very
I'm watching
gingerly, yeah.
the platform, is it larger than the entrance was?
It's 10 by 10.
It's snug.
But I have to assume it wasn't airtight. Did it seem like the water couldn't get through the entrance?
Make a perception check.
I would not guarantee anything.
Like, was it blocked by the
21.
platform, or was it blocked by
It seemed
some
like the
invisible
water.
wall?
It seems like the water couldn't get past the entrance.
Brandon's gonna think about that. Yeah, all right.
Could just be a shield.
he's gonna step forward. He's like, he's just gonna walk. He's like, all right, let's try this again. And Brandon's just gonna walk past back into the room.
You see, you see the body of James in the center of the room.
Well, looks like we're stuck, guys. We have absolutely no other information. James is dead. This was the bad call.
Yeah, I would like to do a
James is in
medicine.
the room. He's gonna kneel down and check him out. Like, make sure. Is he dying? Like, does he need?
I'm
immediate
offering
He's not
to
breathing.
give my blood. I'm offering to give my blood. I'm like showing my like. Does he need the blood?
He's not breathing.
I will put a.
Did he breathe before?
If he's not breathing, it seems he's unconscious. Brent's first response is to put a single point of lay on hands in him.
Okay.
I would also like to do a medicine check to see what damage he is. If he's not breathing, how long has it been? Like, that's not enough time to drown, surely.
Oh, if you get hit by a tsunami?
But then I would expect broken bones.
I'm pretty sure your breath's forced out of you at that point.
Yeah, but are there any broken bones? That is the main thing I am checking for
Well,
here.
as you attempt to put on lay on hands, it has no effect. In fact, when you go to touch James, you don't touch him.
Ah.
This is very
Was he an illusion this whole time?
curious. Oh, there were some
It's the
suggestions
leak.
that perhaps he was
More
a
vampire tricks, clearly.
Siraj, he was the leak.
You begin to feel the rumbling in the chamber again, and the water
All right.
rise up again.
Breton, what are we doing?
I'm running back to the entrance.
Brent just looks at the wall of water. It's like, if I end up just like him, just let the water hit you. Brent's just gonna stand there.
What? What are you doing? Yelling from the entrance.
I'm tugging your hand to try to like pull you back. I'm like, no, Breton, don't do this.
I would like to cast Detect Magic on the illusion. I'm casting it, so it's immediate.
Yeah, there's a giant illusionary wall of water coming towards you, and also there's an illusionary James at your feet.
The water is not real. It is an illusion. Just believe, and you will
But
see
there's
through
no.
it.
My detect portal didn't pick up anything.
No.
It's probably an illusionary wall or something that just. It's probably the. What is? Does James see us on the other side? Just.
I'm trying not to give
He's
you
just
what I'm
mirroring.
trying. I'm
Just a
trying not to
one-way.
give you what James's thing is because I want you to understand the challenges that you're doing. Thank you. There's a reason I'm not cutting to him.
I will stand here. It is simply an illusion, and last time we had to believe that we could go through.
Okay. Who's staying put? Who is running away?
I'm gonna stand with Zep, but I'm gonna say under my breath, I believe in myself, I believe in myself, I believe in myself.
Valmir.
Valmir wouldn't be able to stay.
No, I didn't think you would. Okay. Valmir runs.
Can I grapple?
You can make an opposed strength.
Just reach over and grab Valmir like by the arms.
You can make an opposed strength. Yes.
Yeah,
Sure.
it'd be very out of character for me to not run right now.
So would that be an athletics check or an opposed strength check?
I rolled a 26.
Athletics. And
No, I got this. I got this. You're 26. I got nothing
Oh,
on my
26.
19.
Yeah, Valmir, you turn to run, and then suddenly, each arm is just grabbed by Breton and Darius, who hold you and begin running you towards the wall.
Like a child running between two parents.
It's like each one of you is grabbed like under the armpit, and you're like running towards the water. And he's like legs are going in the air.
Hard.
Yeah.
You've never seen me scream so hard. Yeah.
And suddenly the water takes you all. Anyone who's staying in the room.
I pass out.
And you wake up in a golden temple. And hear a
welcome to death.
Complete. And you see James sat there with a book on a small marble bench, looking at you all.
What, you all afraid of little water?
No, but that was not a little water.
Yeah, a lot of water will kill you, James. What you did was suicidal.
I wasn't expecting the test to immediately go from, well, you need to literally become the fear to surprise. This is also a test based on fear. It seemed, you know what, fine.
This time I was supposed to become a fucking tidal wave? Is that what we're talking about here?
You're a tidal wave of emotions.
That's not what I know.
One emotion.
Yeah, sorry. This is not my late native language.
Well, that was a good read for a little while. Shall we continue on?
Are we getting this psychic?
Yeah, you all got the boom. Yeah. Well done.
I think fuck you.
And with that, we'll end tonight's session there because we're at the end. So yes, with the mental
so far,
fuck
hold
you.
on. No. We've had a test that's based on falling, a test that's based on facing our fears, and a test that's based on water. All of this just seems like a giant middle finger to Valmir.
Right? Yes. But anyway, without further ado, the only thing I've got to do left tonight is to say thank you to all the players who've been playing with me. Thank you to DM Opal, DM Lake, Kinda Odder, Lord Lambert, Ghibli Jam, Mordred Viking, Commissar Roach. I've been Midgeman. This has been the Component Cast playing the Elendor Chronicles Season 3, and we will see you next week for a continuation of this. I'm so sorry, Valmir. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye now.
It's okay. One of these challenges is going to be navigating the Underdark, and then Valmir will be able to shine.